Test, test.
Where do I work tomorrow? Hey, where do I work tomorrow?
How do I carry some?
All right. Hello, everyone. The court will please come to order. We've got a quorum present, and all of our court members, well, except for Commissioner Daniels, who'll be here shortly, are here, and all of our legal notices have been posted, and the court's duly called. Is there a motion to close the June term?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion to open the August term?
So move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 That motion carries unanimously. And our bailiff will please open court.
All rise. The Dallas County Commissioners Court is now in session for the August 2024 term. The Honorable Judge Clay Lewis Jenkins presiding. Please remain standing for the invocation.
Oh, excuse me, guys.
Sorry.
No problem. And our invocation today will be given by a guest of Commissioner Daniels, and that guest is Councilmember B.J. Williams. Good morning, Councilmember. Garland District 4 Councilmember B.J. Williams was sworn in November 17th, 2020. B.J. was previously elected and served in the public service position from May 2012 through May 2018. He and his family have lived in Garland since 1971. B.J. is a native of Bossier City, Louisiana. He's the proud father of one daughter who is a local pharmacist. Councilman Williams says he is grateful and eternally indebted to his grandfather, who was his hero, master, teacher, nurturer, and chief motivator, for his unshakable faith and perseverance in leading by example. He led the charge in teaching and modeling to our community how to advocate, agitate, participate, educate, and negotiate with those in government for the greater good. As an ordained minister and longtime pastor, he put it all on the line, providing courageous leadership in challenging the status quo and overcoming systemic targeted neglect in city services. He worked untiringly to uplift the quality of life for the community in which he was blessed to serve. Upon graduating from Bossier Parish Public Schools, he continued his formal education by attending Wiley College in Marshall, getting his BS degree, Amberton University in Garland getting his MS degree, and the National League of Cities University Silver Gold Certificate. BJ retired from the Social Security Administration in 2007 after 37 years of service. His career included a variety of positions, including Human Resources Manager. He has been dedicated to community and public service through Mount Pisgah Missionary Baptist Church, Garland City Council District 4, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity, Plan Commission, City of Garland, President NAACP Garland Unit, Transportation Infrastructure Policy Committee, Texas Municipal League Transportation and Infrastructure Services Committee, and the National League of Cities. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you to my commissioner, Commissioner Daniels. If you would you join me in prayer? Oh God, this new day has dawned, which finds us a divided nation, yet dangling by the threads of our dark and gloomy past of civil war and Jim Crowism, which today are tearing at the very fabric of this nation. We are a united, divided nation. God, help those of us blessed to sit in the seats as public servants, to have the courage to lead those who put us here, to serve with truth, trust, and transparency in restoring to this nation your image by recommitting ourselves to your high calling for us, to be agents of high character, courage, commitment, change, justice, forgiveness, and reconciliation, love and peace, healing and hope for a world made dark by fear, hatred, and brokenness. Oh God, this is our humble prayer. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
And next on our agenda, it calls for our public hearing, which is scheduled for 9 a.m. today for the Dallas County 2024 Community Development Block Grant and Home Program. Is there a motion to open that public hearing?
I'll move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Are there, go ahead, Luis. Mr. Tamayo will lead us through this public hearing.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Luis Tamayo. I'm Director of Planning and Development for Dallas County. Using federal funds and using housing and urban development funds, under cooperative agreements with eligible cities, the Dallas County is authorized to administer a Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and home grant in unincorporated Dallas County and in 12 county cities, they're smaller cities. HUD requires the county inform the public of available funds and their purpose and their proposed uses. Each CDBG eligible city has provided copies of their city resolutions and their proposed projects. In addition to today's public hearing, which is being held to solicit public input, the county has previously held a hearing on June 18th, and a 30-day public notice ran in the Dallas Morning News, running from July 1st to August 1st. To date, we have received no comments. We ask for any additional public input today, after which we can close the public hearing to begin work on these projects.
I will now call, go ahead.
No.
Say something.
Set the parameters, Mr. Tamayo, 12 cities, eight new cities. Put those cities in the record number one, $2.2 million. And then, cause 4 cities, and how much is, if any,
Yes,
is
sir.
unincorporated?
Yes, sir. Currently, there is no funding in the unincorporated. The new project cities are those of Balch Springs for street reconstruction and code enforcement, Cedar Hill for sidewalks, Duncanville for sidewalks and ADA ramping improvements, Duncanville for code enforcement again, Farmers Branch for a sewer main replacement, City of Lancaster for street reconstruction, Wilmer for water line improvements. Existing projects we'll be supplementing are in the City of Lancaster, and Combine and Wilmer.
Okay.
For
And I wanted that in the record, Judge, all except Farmers Branch is in District 3. The particular note is 68 square miles of unincorporated, no projects for this particular application, $2.2 million.
Also that these applications, rotate among cities.
yes, ma'am. We do 6 cities on alternating years,
Right.
so that they
Understand.
can have larger amounts to fund these capital projects.
I think this hearing is only speaking,
To this
To
one,
this
yes.
Yes, sir.
okay.
All right, is that the end of comments from the bench? If so, I'll now ask for public comments only on this matter, on this hearing. All other comments will be heard when we're to that matter, or if it's just public comments on something not on our agenda, then we'll hear that at the end of our meeting today. So as to the public hearing we're now in, are there any comments on this matter? Are there any comments on this matter? Are there any comments on this matter?
Judge, I move that this public hearing for the CBDG for 2024 come to a conclusion.
Second,
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we have several resolutions today, and our first 2 are from Commissioner Price.
Judge, Commissioners, I'm going to ask foremost to come forward and that delegation. This week in not only is this National Association of Community Health Centers week, but right there. This is also the week I think we all got briefed with regards to what is happening in our public hospital, public sector. Whereas the National Association of Community Health Centers, it aims to raise the awareness of CHC's mission and accomplishments while advocating for funding and policies that support them for this past 52 years, serving more than 31.5 million patients. And whereas the National Association of Community Health Centers, the program is required by statute to provide care for underserved populations and designated, and I quote, special populations, which are residents of public housing, homeless populations, migratory and seasonal agricultural workers, and to provide access to primary and preventive care for military veterans, elderly, and school-age children. And whereas the National Health Center Week is an annual event that takes place in August to celebrate the work and dutiful sacrifices of community health centers in the United States. And whereas the Martin Luther King Jr. Family Clinic are part of the foremost family health centers located in sunny South Dallas, and since 1986 has held a vision to be a leader in improving the lives of people in underserved communities by building caring, personal relationships with families, individuals, and the community, and comprehensive services, including that of pediatrics, obstetrics, gynecology, family, internal medicine, dentistry, dental hygiene, behavioral and mental health, podiatry, chronic disease management, lab testing, and much, much more. And whereas Foremost Family Health Centers has chosen the theme, powering communities through caring connections, and will sponsor days to highlight public health and housing, healthcare for people experiencing homelessness, agricultural worker health and patient appreciation, health center staff appreciation, and children's health. Therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby and proudly recognize the outstanding work and commitment of the National Association of Community Health Center nationally and the local efforts of Foremost Family Health Centers, whose work and commitment are of significant benefit to the citizens who need it the most. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Joe.
Hold on. Stay down. I want, no, before we get into that, first of all, as Chairman of Public Health, we had a meeting last week where we talked about another stand-up look-alike FQHC, Federally Qualified Health Center, in this community, and we welcome them. We welcome, PRISM, North Texas PRISM to the mix. But foremost, having been here and having led the way, I want to thank them. I know there are some other tentacles that you're reaching out into parts of our community. But my challenge is, and I know Parkland is here today, we all met with them yesterday, as we talk about their budget. We are still being underserved with regards to FQHCs. I look at what's going on in Harris County. We're at 2.7 million people here. They're at almost 5 million in Harris County. But they have more than twice the FQHCs that we have in Dallas. The second part of that is that you have a better access model. My constituents can get served quicker through FQHCs. But when you can't service them, you refer them. And you refer them into our Parkland system. The problem is, court members, as we get ready to deal with their budget, is that somehow when they get into the Parkland system, they become inhaled. They're in the system and can't get dispatched back to the FQHC. And so it's a longer wait system in the Parkland system. And as a result, my constituents are still not being serviced in a very timely fashion. And I hope that this court, when we begin to talk to them about their budget, and I've generated this to them for years, their tentacles, they've got to reach out and utilize and manage FQHCs, or at least the relationship with FQHCs, so that we can service the population that is in so badly needed in this community. That's not your commentary. You can validate it any way you want to. All I'm saying is those are the facts. And I've generated it in writing before, and I'm still not seeing any relationship between county FQHCs and Parkland. And by the way, Los Barrios is one of those other FQHCs, but not in my district. Madam? Comment? No, you got a comment?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much for your support over the years. I've been the Chief Executive Officer for Martin Luther King Family Clinic and Foremost Family Health Centers. It is now 26 years. And we have grown from one site. We have 5 now, 3 of them being incorporated within the school system in DISD and Pleasant Grove, and we're looking for another opportunity to extend. Now, because we are nonprofit and private practice, we have to generate funds through seeing patients as well as getting different types of grants, which are very, very minimal. But I do want to just say that Commissioner Price and Judge Jenkins, you all have been available to us whenever we needed you. Even when we didn't need you, you would pick up the phone and answer when we call. So we appreciate your support and the support of the county. I also appreciate the support of my board members, because I report to 13 board members, and 9 of them are patients of the center. That's a requirement. We have our pastor, Stuart Courtney. We have Mr. Sam Allen, who is with Balch Springs. I have my staff here, Mr. Plater, Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Wicks, and did I miss anybody? No, we've got a lot of staff members, but the bottom line is we are taking care of patients as a primary medical, dental, and behavioral health home. Our goal is to be able to reach out more so that we can continue to provide that quality access care. So thank you very much, Commissioner Price, for mentioning the relationship that Parkland and Foremost and other FQHCs still need to develop. We are working on a lot, but we still need to make sure that we are accessible to anybody, whether they have insurance or don't, and regardless of their ability to pay. So we will continue to fight.
And with regards to those numbers on Harris County versus Dallas County, pretty much on point?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are, sir. Yes, we have a lot that need to be reached. Dallas County is one of the lowest performers in healthcare, and we need to step up the game. And one of the ways we do that is through embedding FQHCs in the communities with providers and support staff who care about people being healthy. A lot of them are from the southern sector, and they know and understand the plight of the patients we serve. Our goal is to keep us healthy and to be at the top of the game versus close to the bottom. So thank you again.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's get a
No, y'all
picture, y'all.
come on forward. Bring the delegation forward. Thank you.
Great to see you. I'm sorry you did. Yeah. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. Post up here. Get some more on this side. Yeah, let me get. There we go.
We'll be nice to you. Thank you very much.
You know, and while we appreciate, you know, it's interesting, we begin to talk about this whole healthcare thing. It just never seems to resonate, and we find ourselves saying, you just heard her say, you know, we're near the bottom. Why? You know, we build all of these medical facilities in Dallas County. We spend hundreds of millions of dollars. I think we all just got a note that we're getting ready to open one on the 22nd, a groundbreaking, the children's and everything else. But then we still, when we look at that CHNA, and I said that yesterday in a meeting, That community health needs assessment shows us where the need is. And this court, and I know we don't have anything to say, so I'm glad to welcome, and I appreciate the fact that foremost, they welcome lookalikes. They welcome other FQHCs. And we know where the need is. But we just say it and it almost becomes passe. But for the CHNA, but for the community health needs assessment, there never would have been an appropriation sufficient to deal with that portion of healthcare in this community.
And that is true, Commissioner. I think that the advancement that we have done in the last 6 years when it comes to health need assessments has been the best that I have seen, in Dallas County for a long time. We still have a lot to do, and definitely when we talk about uninsured, Texas is still, in the lower bottom when it comes to people being uninsured. But I am very proud to see the advancement that we have done. A lot needs to be done, but thank you to Parkland and all the partners that have been able to make this difference. Thank you, Commissioner Price.
Yeah, and it is important, Dr. Garcia pointed that out, that a little over half of our uninsured here in Dallas County could be insured instantly if the state would just accept the Medicaid expansion dollars that we send to Washington every year that are dispersed among other states, because our state is too stubborn and stupid, frankly, to take their money.
It's $100 million. Get to the bottom line. That's what we're dispersing. But we can't do anything about that. The state's going to be what the state's going to be. I'm talking about us locally and creating the relationships and the collaboration for the dollars. Yesterday, we all sat down. Parkland's got a $3 billion budget. And I'm talking about leveraging that with FQHCs so that we get a better penetration in the communities of need.
Well, and that's a good point too. We need to do all that we can do, but at the same time, whenever we bring up this discussion, we've got to remind people that their state leaders are failing them by not taking our Medicaid expansion dollars, because we could do so much with that. But I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, because the point is still that there are a number of factors that have to be taken into account. And locally, it's access, it's transportation, it's education. There's a number of things that feed into it. And I know that in my own discussion with Parkland, it was trying to figure, okay, how are we working our way and making and addressing those particular items, in particular access, of making it so that, in fact, people who do need health care can get to health care. So part of this is saying that it's complicated. That doesn't mean that we are going to turn over and not address these issues, but we will continue to look at absolutely every piece along the way to see how we can either provide what needs to be provided or assist those who are able to do that.
Yeah, but the preacher talked about truth, the councilman talked about truth this morning. And the group is collaboration. That's what I just got through saying. I see the referral into the Parkland system. And once they get into the Parkland system, they vanish. That is something that we can track and we can talk about. What does that do to our constituents? They're not being fully utilized. And so, the state's going to be what the state's going to be. Hell, we have to sue them, just to make them do what they're supposed to be doing, not counting what's going on with Washington. And as you now say what it is, $100 million is what is our money. Okay.
Let's move it.
My next resolution is to bring up Sheriff Norman Butter Williams and that delegation. You want to come forward, please? He's not here? Oh, okay. Well, since he's not here, I'll just talk about, no need to spend a lot of time. The resolution speaks for itself. He's been around, for a minute, and he's been with, he was with BPD in Dallas County since he's been here 29 years. And so the resolution says that Dallas County Commissioners Court does now, and with a great sense of resolve, convey the best wishes to Norman Butter William as he celebrates 34 years of serving Dallas County citizens and on a well-deserved retirement. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioner Price. The next four resolutions are mine. So first of all, good morning, buenos dias. Thank you all for being here today. And the first resolution is National Road Victim Month. I have some special guests that I know they need to leave soon, so I will do this resolution first. We have Grand Prairie Police Department. We have Chief Daniel Sensi, Miss Melinda Rodriguez. We also have Mothers Against Drunk Driving of North Texas, Emma Dugas and Shay Harris. I will ask you all to come forward. Chief Garcia just sent a message saying that he had an emergency and he won't be able to be here. But I believe Susana Villalpando, Executive Assistant to Chief Eddie Garcia, is here. Would you like to please come forward to the podium as I read the resolution, if you are here? Thank you, Chief. I don't see Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Oh, there they come. Thank you. And the resolution, thank you all for being here. The resolution reads as follows. Whereas National Road Victim Month is observed annually in August to honor and remember those who have lost their lives or been injured in road traffic incidents. And whereas road traffic incidents have profound impact on families, communities, and the nation, with a significant number of people affected each year. Whereas first responder, including emergency medical service, firefighters, and law enforcement officers play a critical role in providing immediate assistance and support to road traffic victims, often putting their own lives at risk to save others. And where the Dallas Police Department, the Grand Prairie Police Department, Dallas County Police Department, and the Sheriff Department have demonstrated outstanding work and continued efforts in making our roads safer through rigorous enforcement, public education, and community engagement. And whereas the Dallas County District Attorney's Office has shown unwavering commitment to justice and support for road traffic victims through its dedicated efforts to prosecute impaired and reckless drivers. Their comprehensive approach includes working closely with law enforcement to ensure through investigations, advocating for stricter penalties for offenders, and providing essential support services to victims and their families. The District Attorney's Office continually strives to create a safer community by promoting road safety awareness and preventive measures to reduce traffic incidents. And whereas the Traffic Safety Division of the Texas Department of Transportation is dedicated to improve road safety through education, engineering, and enforcement, working tirelessly to reduce the number of road traffic incidents and fatalities in our state. And whereas on January 1st, 2011, Commissioner ELBA Garcia became the chair of the DWO Task Force. Since then, the task force is represented by many advocacy and enforcement organizations such as the Dallas County Sheriff's Office, Dallas County Community Supervision and Corrections Department, Dallas County District Attorney's Office, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Methodist Dallas Medical Center, Smart Start Inc., AAA of Texas, 24 Hours Dallas, the Magdalene House, Impact Grand Prairie, Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission, North Texas Tollway Authority, Parkland Health, Texas Department of Transportation, Recovery Healthcare, Drug Prevention Resources, Inc., Dragger, Greater Dallas Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse, and the Dallas County Police Departments, among others. All organizations have been relentless advocates for victims of drunk and drug driving, providing vital support services to affected families and working to prevent these tragedies through education and advocacy. And whereas raising awareness about road safety and promoting preventive measures can help reduce the incidence of road traffic accidents and save lives, and whereas the victims of road traffic incidents deserve to be remembered and honored for the impact their loss has had on their families, friends, and our communities. So therefore be resolved that we, the Dallas County Commissioners Court, do hereby appreciate and recognize August as National Road Victim Month in Dallas County, and we honor the memory of those who have lost their lives or been injured in road traffic incidents. We extend our deepest gratitude to the first responders who bravely serve our community, providing critical assistance in times of need. We commend the Dallas Police Department, the Grand Prairie Police Department, the Dallas County Police Departments, and all our partners for their outstanding work and continuing efforts to make our roads safer. Be further resolved that we encourage all residents of Dallas County to remain vigilant on the roads, adhere to traffic laws, and support initiatives aimed to improving road safety to protect themselves and others. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all for being here. Chief, do you want to say a few words? Emma?
Very briefly, first of all, thanks to the commissioners for bringing such an important topic and resolution forward. As you know, 3 of our fallen police officers died as a consequence of road collisions, and it's just a drop in the bucket compared to what our community also has to go through when they lose someone on the roadway. So thank you for bringing this topic forward. You know, we need to get these cars to slow down and do what we can to stop drunk driving altogether. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Miss Emma?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Oh my goodness. I love seeing the energy in here. I love seeing the passion. Thank you so much for supporting this message and educating the community. Mothers Against Drunk Driving, we can't do it alone. And we rely on our partners, our law enforcement, and we're incredibly grateful for y'all's partnership and y'all's support in educating the community on this 100% preventable crime. I mean, unfortunately, you know, we have the top 10 alcohol-related crashes counties in our state, and Dallas County is number 2. And so I am excited to be part of this organization and to continue that education, to change that mindset that, because the number, I guess the number one kind of phrase I get from parents is, I give my kid just a little bit of alcohol to take away that mystery. And we have to change that mindset. We have to change that. You wouldn't just give your kid just a little bit of heroin or a little bit of cocaine to take away that mystery. You wouldn't do that, right?
That's cultural.
Right, but it's just.
Yes, Commissioner, sadly.
But alcohol is just so normalized, and so we have to continue that fight. I appreciate law enforcement on how hard they work. I appreciate all of our prevention professionals. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia, for your dedication in the task force, and we're incredibly grateful. Sherry, this is our affiliate executive director, Sherry Schroff. Thank you. Did you want to say anything?
Just wanted to add one thing to that. You know, everybody is very aware of the drunk driving, but now it's so much more. It's impaired driving, because this THC or all these things that also impair when you're driving, it's just, you can get it, you know, just like alcohol right over the counter, but they're packaging gummies for younger children, 16, 17, 18-year-olds, to pop a few while they're driving. So it's so important that we really get behind and educate and advocate for impaired driving. It's not just drunk driving anymore, it's impaired. So, so appreciative to be a part of this and keep going with our mission. So thank you for having us.
Thank you for being here. And last but not least,
This is Shay Harris, our program specialist.
She doesn't want to speak.
Shay, you want to speak?
No.
No, I need you to speak. We don't say, we give them a little bit of,
Okay, hi.
Go ahead, Shay.
I'm Shay Harris. I'm the program specialist for MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving. And what I do is I go to schools and to different places within the communities, and I talk to the children. I tell them they're going to offer you these things, and this is how you tell them no. And this is why you need to say no, because it does something to your brain, and your brain is still developing, and we don't want your IQ to go down. We want you to continue to grow and be healthy and make healthy decisions. We want you to go to college, and we don't want anything on your record, because a lot of the children, they don't have these conversations with their parents. So what MAD does is we talk to the parents as well. We have conversations with them and teach them how to talk to their children, because sometimes there's a disconnect there between our generation, the parents, and the younger generation. And so we help them talk to their children about saying no to drugs and alcohol. It's not just alcohol, drugs as well, such as what Sherry said. Now they have like bud tenders. Have you ever heard of that? Where you can go to a bar and get an alcoholic beverage with THC in it. Can y'all imagine what that does if someone takes a drink
I'm
of
still
that?
back at, we give our kids a little bit of, we don't do that.
Because they do. It happens.
I got it. I'm clear.
Hey,
Here's
it
your pass
happens.
cigarette and a gun,
But
son.
but
We don't do that.
it happens. But that's what we do. That's what I do. My role is I go out and I talk to the children and to the parents, and we just want everyone to be safe.
Thank you,
Great
Ms. Shay,
job.
and thank you for the work that you all do.
And just one last thing, I have to say that we are so grateful for our victim services team as well. They weren't able to be here today, but they work very hard, and I am at awe at the dedication on the time and effort they help our victim families. They work with our law enforcement just so that we can be with them from the beginning of when that tragedy happens and help them throughout that whole process. And so, but thank you again for all of y'all's support, and because we can't do it alone, and just supporting our mission to know more victims.
Thank you, Mrs. Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Do you want the picture? Do you want to come to take a picture? All right. It's getting worse and worse out there. It's hard, like you say, a lot of cultural. See? Yes. Thank you, Michelle.
Here we go.
Thank you. Thank you, too.
Thank you very
so
much.
Appreciate it. See you all later. Thank you. Our second resolution is Youth Day. And Youth Day is here today representing After Aid to Educate. I believe Ara Grimaldo and Jorge Baldor might be here today. Denise Carmona, the Dream Children's Foundation, Mr. Jan Tennyson, Elevate North Texas Youth Shelter, Mr. Jason Vallejo, and Project Transformation North Texas with Kristen Brandt James, Executive Director as well. So, as you all come forward, thank you all for being here. I know the traffic was terrible this morning, so the resolution reads as follows. Whereas the United Nations have designated August 12 as International Youth Day. Youth Day is to raise awareness about the most pressing challenges faced by our youth worldwide, including access to education, mental health issues, employment discrimination, conflict resolution, and more importantly, social justice. This year, there is intergenerational solidarity, creating a world for all ages. I love that. And whereas International Youth Day serves as a platform for citizens to give back to the youth and create a better world for future generations. Young people represent a significant portion of the global population and play a crucial role in shaping our diverse communities. And whereas every year in America, 4.2 million youth experience homelessness, with 1.6 to 2.8 million running away and living on the streets. Tragically, 1 in 3 of these youth will be propositioned for sex within the first 48 hours of becoming homeless. Additionally, around 5,000 unaccompanied youth die annually due to assault, illness, or suicide. And whereas, according to Elevate North Texas Youth Shelter, a nonprofit Dallas-based organization, before the COVID-19 pandemic, Dallas ISD identified 3,964 students as experienced homelessness, while Mesquite ISD reported an additional 670 students in similar circumstances. Presented at Housing Forward's 2024 State of Homelessness Address in April, homelessness decreased for the 4th year in a row in Collin and Dallas County, with the homelessness of youth decreased by 22% since 2023. And whereas Dallas-based nonprofit organizations like After Aid to Educate, Dare to Dream Children's Foundation, and Project Transformation are all organizations that focus on the growth and improvement of our youth. They are dedicated to fostering academic, emotional, and social development among the youth, ultimately empowering them to lead healthy and productive lives. And whereas the Dallas County Youth Services Advisory Board is a citizen advisory council that administers the Juror Funds grants programs for the Juvenile Department, supporting community-based organizations and serving youth within Dallas County, and whereas promoting youth empowerment and civic engagement contributes to a culture of active citizenship and responsibility toward local issues. Now therefore be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby declare August 12, 2024 as International Youth Day in Dallas County to promote dialogue, exchange best practices, and mobilize action for empowerment and well-being of young people worldwide. We urge everyone to continue raising awareness about the importance of investing in our youth, supporting all youth organizations, and facilitating their active engagement in creating more sustainable and inclusive future for all. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all for being here today. Nothing could happen, in this county without the betterment of our youth. So it's an honor to present this resolution to all of you. Do you all want to speak? Jorge, do you want to start After Aid to Educate, and we go through all the organizations of whoever wants to go first?
I don't know if you want me to start, Commissioner Garcia, because I could talk about 2 hours about After Aid to Educate. So
wow.
I will say this: we're having an open house, International Youth Day on Saturday between 5 and 8 p.m. and welcome everyone to come and see the services that we provide and the opportunities that we're hoping to provide for youth.
Thank you, Mr. Baldo.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Grimaldo?
Thank you for shining a light on youth and the issues that they face. Elevate is focused on providing emergency short-term housing for youth ages 18 to 24. We do this through our hotel stays. We immediately connect them to case management and listen to their story and figure out because we know housing is just the first piece. We need to figure out what resources do they need to be connected to so that they can move forward. So we immediately connect them to case management. And then our second piece is our reunification and diversion, and that's where we're trying to reunite them with family members and friends when possible. we're a fairly new organization, but I think we're making a pretty big impact. Last year, we served 229 youth, and 177 of those youth were able to be reunited with family members or friends. And recently, as you all are aware, Dallas and Collin County put an effective end to veteran homelessness, and it is my dream that one day we can make that announcement too about youth homelessness, putting an effective end to youth homelessness. So thank you again for having us.
Thank you, Mr. Vallejo. Anyone else?
I'll take a few minutes. I just want to say, Ada Grimaldo, I'm the Executive Director of AFTER. Thank you, Dr. Garcia, for the opportunity to be here. Thank you guys for always your continued support. I see a lot of community members that have supported our mission to address youth homelessness here in South Dallas. We partner over 20 organizations, so we do have a collective impact model, and it's thanks to everyone working collectively. We worked with different nonprofits. Just last year alone, we served 33,000 services with our youth that come, and we're serving both community and unhoused youth. So thank you, and again, just like Jorge said, we have our International Youth Celebration this weekend, 5 to 8, South Dallas, 4212 East Grand. So I welcome all of you here to join us.
Thank you.
I'm Kirsten James with Project Transformation North Texas, celebrating 26 years with free after school and summer programs, primarily in Dallas County, a couple northern locations this summer. We just wrapped up a free 9-week program, grades 1 through 12. That's one thing that makes us unique, is that we do go through high school. We're seeing a surge in our middle school age as those students need important activities during the summer, so they're not home alone on their devices. We are faith-based out of the United Methodist Church, and our sites are United Methodist churches, schools, and community centers throughout North Texas and Dallas County primarily. One of our most primary achievements is literacy progression. 95% of our students maintain or improve their reading levels over the summer. We do that with the help of reading volunteers. Every summer, one-on-one reading every day for 40 minutes. Our programs are conducted by AmeriCorps members, college-age young adults. This summer, we had 90 young adults from 37 colleges and universities, 7 states. We housed them. We rented housing at SMU. So they were here learning about service, leadership development, vocational development, discernment for the rest of their life. So it's really about our children and through high school participating, as well as our young adults. And thank you for recognizing the importance of youth. Too many times our society looks at youth as problems to be solved, not resources to be developed, and we want to commend the Commissioners Court in Dallas County for really understanding the importance of investing in our youth.
Thank you so much. And I see a lot of my friends. Do you all want to say something or recognize, the teams? Good morning.
I can't hear very well, so I hope can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good, I moved the microphone. I just wanted to say that I honor you, each one of you that are up on that podium, because you didn't have to do what you're doing, and you're doing it anyway. And you've had probably struggles and lots of stories in your own life. Well, Dare to Dream is approaching 40 years, and I didn't get here by myself, and the people behind me are those who really did stand by me through some very difficult times. And why do I do what I do? Why did I start the Dare to Dream Children's Foundation? And we do what we do because of where we've been. And I believe 100%, John Wiley, that collaboration is the key to unity. And so these are people that I've collaborated with, and we build teams to go into group homes, shelters, detention centers, and orphanages, not locally, but all over the world. And the people that we have touched, the lives that we've touched, is only through the love of God. We could never have done it by ourselves. But when you're chosen, and everybody in this room is chosen, or you wouldn't be here. And you have got so much power to be able to go out into the communities and to duplicate yourselves. That Dare to Dream, when we go into places like Youth Village or the Marzell Center, which I understand is not here anymore, but any of the facilities that house the drunk drivers and the people that have really made terrible mistakes, that can all change by the love of God in our hearts. And if we go out there and share that and share our experiences of how we were able to change, then we can change the world. It's by relationships. And Jimmy Slater is one person from the beginning. He's been with us, and he was a youth director at the CASA shelter over by Bachman Lake. And I saw him, and I asked him, what is your dream? And that's what we want to ask these young people. what is your dream? Because if you've got a dream and you've got people who will encourage you and stand by there, anything's possible. And I am living proof, because I was placed as an orphan into the New York Foundling Home. And I was a person that had a mother in an institution, had 2 alcoholic parents. My father died when I was 14. And I went into the foster care system, but I couldn't be adopted. And somebody said to me one time, Jan, whoever adopted you? And I said, you know what? I said, I was never adopted, because back then, if you'd had parents who weren't capable of taking care of you, you couldn't get adopted. And so I would go into foster care. So today we're helping tremendous amount of children who are coming out of foster care and helping them to get a college education and have their dreams come true. So that's just one little project, but there's many, many more. And so Jimmy Slater has been with me forever, and Steve Gillis is back there taking pictures. He's the attorney that got Dare to Dream pro bono as a 501c3. So thank you, Steve Gillis, back there.
Steve, raise your hand and wave. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, we want to thank God for each and every one of you for taking your time out to hear what Dare to Dream is doing. I've been with Dare to Dream 35 plus years. Came out of Casa YMCA Emergency Shelter, promoted to director, and also served with the City of Dallas Park and Recreation at Dr. Martin Luther King Recreation Center for 20 years. And so I've seen the situation, I've seen the systemic issues that we have in our community. So I just want to thank God for what is happening now, because what has to happen is there has to be a collaboration all the way across the board, because we're missing it. Amen. Every time I look in a child's eye, I see the hurt and pain that's being caused in their families, and I see the parents who just don't want to deal with it no more. They don't know how to deal with their children. And so that's what we're here for, to personally, because one thing I did learn, relationship is primary. So if you can get a relationship with the children and their parents, you can help some of the problems that they have. So thank you all for this day.
Amen. And I remember when I was a young dentist at the Martin Luther King Dental Clinic, the first time we met. So, long time.
My name is Travis Wortham. I think y'all have seen me a time or two.
Yes, Mr.
It's
Wells.
easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. Being a part of Jan's group for over 30 years, she used to come into one of my facilities. And you can imagine about 80% of the young men that we dealt with came from home where there were no fathers. And every statistics will tell you that having a strong father in the family means everything. And even after I've written my book and going into some of the prisons and speaking to men groups all over the place, it's all about what Jan is doing through Dare to Dream. If we can ever give these children a chance to see the light, just a glimmer of what they're capable of, the whole world can be turned upside down. And that's a part of what we're doing and what we're still doing and what we're going to do. We have the answer to what's happening with our children and our family, and we know exactly what to do to turn them around. Thank you for having us.
Okay, I want to just say that there's 2 more gentlemen back here, Randy Gertis and Jim Porter back there just raised it. They are people who are helping us. They attend different things that we do. If we'll have a luncheon, and we'll have one of the few facilities that allow the youngsters to get out of the facilities and van them into a restaurant, and they'll sit at a table with some wonderful Christian and businessmen, so that they can talk about their stories. I'll say, well, what happened to you? We don't have to know what crime you committed, but when are we going to be able to help you? What do you need? And to be able to have a personal relationship with a young person who doesn't have a father or is out there. So when you go into the group homes, shelters, detention centers, and orphanages, you're a star, and you want to bring out the star quality in those young men and women, because they can have hope and they can do incredible things because they're very talented. Yeah. So anyone else want to say something?
Hi, I'll crave your indulgence. I am both very excited and very nervous about being here. My name is Myra Fierro, and I'm a longtime community advocate working on behalf of youth experiencing homelessness. I'm not attached to any particular shelter. I'm an independent volunteer. And for the last at least 7 years, I have worked in the community helping place youth who are in crisis, experiencing homelessness. And I have seen the gaps and know the chasms between our services here in Dallas County. And I am excited that we have a day where we are declaring International Youth Day to bring a platform and the attention that youth desperately need in our city. But I want to ask, and I want to be truthful, and it would be remiss to not mention that the data is unreliable. When we look at the decrease for youth experiencing no homelessness, we know that the data has been attributed to the closing of encampments, but youth do not stay at encampments. So where are the actual numbers for youth experiencing homelessness? The data has not been specifically targeted for us to actually know how many youth in crisis there are in Dallas County. And they keep showing up throughout our different systems, whether it be our shelters, whether it be our schools, whether it be our hospitals, our mental health facilities, our law enforcement, or whether it be in juvenile detention. And these gaps are harmful to our youth who are having to struggle and navigate them while still not being adults and having the maturity and the development to be able to make mature and healthy decisions that will help them throughout their entire lives. I want to talk about briefly After 8 to Educate and Elevate North Texas, who are doing incredible work. When I get those calls late at night, it's always Ara and Jason who are the first to actually respond and who try to move heaven and earth to find that placement for that young person for that night. And I can tell you that both of them know what it is to lose young people to these risks in the streets. It is not nice, and we know the dangers out in our city. So I hate to be the thorn on a day when we're giving out roses, but the state of politics in Dallas is hurting our youth, and we need to acknowledge it. We need to work in collaboration, and we need to accept that our system is flawed, but that doesn't mean that it has to be. We are a room full of grown, competent people who care about the youth, who care about the future of Dallas. So it is time that we do better, and I'm really excited that an International Youth Day will give us that platform to expand our reach and serve youth.
Thank you very much. You're not a thorn among roses. You know, in politics, we're used to have all kinds of thorns and roses together working all the time. So thank you all so much for being here. Commissioner, and you for today's resolution.
I do. Thank you all for being here. As you may have seen, item 15, on our docket today, is dollars that are being presented to After 8 to Educate. I visited this center back in the fall of this last year, and I was so impressed. The cozy atmosphere, enthusiastic staff truly made this a special place. It's a drop-in center that offers youth a space to find refuge, to eat a snack, to be able to spend the night, to access support. It's amazing. You know, this After 8 to Educate is not in my district. Let me just say that. It's not in my district. And yet I took economic development and to After 8 to Educate because I feel that it is so important that we support this organization. We see you. We hear you. We need to support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Great news. And thank you for everything you do in our community. I think this puts a different platform in our Commissioner's Court, and we're ready to work and continue to work together. So you want to come and have a picture with the Commissioner's Court? Thank you. We can.
Oh, I thought she was all done.
We're all going together now.
Good. How are you? Good to see you.
Hey.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for the book.
Good to see you.
Beautiful lady taking the pictures and the videos.
I think someone wanted to take an individual picture here.
Okay, and we will send the resolution to all the different groups once we have it ready. Thank you. I also been told that Honorable Adam Basaldua, City Council member, is here in the audience. Adam, my eyes are not what it used to be. Please stand up. Thank you for being here. Ms. Laura Cadena, representing Omar Narvaez, also as well. Thank you all. And, well, oh, that's, picture.
I'll do one more.
Sorry.
Who's that?
Sorry, I didn't see the last one.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
All right. Come back, shaded.
Today we're going to take pictures.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you for all you do. It's always good to see you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next item on it's a recognition is for Constable Michael Orozco. And he's here with his group as well. The recognition is going to be presented by the Honorable Carl Sherman. There you are, State Representative Carl Sherman. Would you please come forward? Honorable Orozco and his group, can you all please come forward for the recognition?
Judge Jenkins, County Commissioners, it's always a pleasure to be here to present before you, but while I'm here to present this resolution, I want to just express my apologies on behalf of the state of Texas for being one of the last states still yet to hold out for Medicaid expansion. 10 states have held out, in the South mostly, and we send billions of dollars back to the federal government of our taxpayers' hard-earned money and still do not provide health care. And to add insult to injury, we lead the nation. This is ground zero for the disenrollment of people on Medicaid. So we've got challenges, and I'm grateful for your leadership, the sobriety and sincerity of our man downtown that represents me and my district, and to know that you are innovative and creative at bringing about health services because we are in a public health crisis when we have a state leadership that does not have compassion for its people. And so thank you. There are so many ways and reasons I'd like to tell you how much we appreciate you being steadfast in your focus on the people and not partisan politics. With that said...
But before you go any further, one of the things you need to understand is that not only do we not have Medicaid expansion, the problem is that Medicaid pays so little to doctors that most of them won't take it.
Right.
That's the other part of it. And so while we talk about Medicaid expansion, doctors will tell you they lose money on Medicaid because the state has not adjusted the rates.
And what they have changed, Honorable Chairman, like Commissioner Price say, I have taken Medicaid during all my professional career. And at some point, the rates were justifiable, right? You might not make too much money, but you weren't losing. Now, with all the division of contracts that the state has done with not only dentists, but they assign different providers, even people that want to be your patients, you have to be sure that they're assigned under you. So the logistics on how you treat Medicaid patients have become a nightmare. And I know that we shouldn't be talking about this right now because you're here in a joyous moment of recognition, but I do have to say it. That's for Commissioner Price's comment, because that's one of the big issues that has been affecting Medicare treatment, Medicaid.
Dr. King said it's always right time for truth.
Well,
Anyway,
yes,
continue.
but you understand.
And this is not what Commissioner Price, not his point that he was making. I want to make that clear, but I was discussing Medicaid with a Republican senator, I won't say who it is, here in North Texas, and they said that point that he made, you see, if we had Medicaid expansion, doctors wouldn't take it anyway because the reimbursement's so low. And I was like, yeah, but who sets the reimbursement? So it's kind of a circular argument for people who are opposed to expansion. We've made the system so cheap that nobody would take it if we expanded it anyway. But the answer is you can raise those rates for Medicaid expansion, and that money comes not from our state coffers, but from the federal government. So
Commissioners,
it's really,
we're deviating from the
Yes,
topic.
we are.
That's true, because we are here to honor our good friend and
Yes.
winner of
But that shows you the passion.
the year.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, for being here today.
Well, I appreciate, the challenges that we have. We have to be strategic, and we have a county group of policymakers who are very sagacious about how you look at it. And so that brings us to this point and why I'm here, to recognize a man who also has a holistic view of law enforcement. And I will present this resolution to Michael Orozco. Whereas Dallas County Constable Michael Orozco has been named the 2024 Constable of the Year by the Justice of the Peace and Constables Association of Texas. And whereas Constable Orozco was recognized for the work he has done to strengthen the public's trust in the Precinct 5 Constable's office during his 6-year tenure at its helm. After serving as a deputy constable for the precinct for more than 2 decades, he was elected as constable in 2018 and immediately took steps to improve the office's operations, instituting new policies and updating procedures. His efforts have enabled the agency to clear its backlog of arrest warrants, organize its property and evidence room, and disperse civil courts awards to their rightful recipients. As a proponent of continuing education, he has also encouraged members of his office to undertake leadership training and earn advanced law enforcement certifications. And whereas, in addition, Constable Orozco has worked alongside local judges, the Dallas Police Department, and the Dallas County Sheriff's Office to combat domestic violence, and he provided invaluable assistance by advocating for recent legislation that helps protect domestic abuse and stalking victims. In an effort to minimize illegal evictions, he has hosted clinics to inform the public of tenant rights. He has also been involved in addressing hunger in Dallas County and in collaborating on school supply drives and other community events. In recognition of his leadership and dedication to the welfare of the public, he received the 2023 Liberty Bell Award from the Dallas Association of Young Lawyers. And whereas Michael Orozco has implemented transformative changes that have greatly enhanced his office's ability to serve the residents of Precinct 5, and he has set a standard of excellence to which his peers may aspire. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Michael Orozco be congratulated on his selection as the Constable of the Year for 2024 by JPCA of Texas, and that he be extended sincere best wishes for continued success with his important work. He is, from what I've been told, this is the 80th convention for the Justice of the Peace and Constables Association, and he has been acknowledged as the first constable from Dallas County to receive this recognition as Constable of the Year. Michael Orozco, nosotros juntos todos los días luchamos. I messed that up.
No, you say it well.
You know what
Don't worry about it. We understood perfectly.
Okay.
Órale.
Constable, do you want to say a few words?
Absolutely. It's a great honor to be here today. Back in June when I did receive the award, that was a special day for me, both professionally and personally, but it's even more extra special today to be back at home and to be recognized at the local level, what this office has done and what our offices and the Constable's office are doing now. And just make a mental note, the Justice of the Peace Constables Association is the largest association in the state of Texas with the most elected officials. So Charles Reed, if you want to remember that, when it comes to lobbying, there's something you need to get by, always pitch it to us. I am on the legislative committee that was a jumping stone to help me work alongside Carl Sherman and another legislator from Travis County. He originally had filed a bill for me on my behalf in 2021. Unfortunately, it died in committee. They didn't even put on the agenda, so I'd go down there and argue. But fast forward to 2023, unfortunately, I took a young life of a promising young student in Travis County that was killed as a result of some of the things that I had wanted to push for to get disseminated at the local level. But even in 2021, when it did not make it out of committee, that didn't stop me. I pitched my idea at the local level with the Dallas Police Department and the Dallas County Sheriff's Department. And together, we drafted language that was done by our civil DA and the city attorney at the Dallas Police Department. And we provided language as remedies that can help save and keep domestic violence victims alive and so forth. And now, the great news about that language, not the whole language, but it's been successfully adopted in state legislation. They went with the Senate bill. But I started my career with Dallas County in 1997. I actually started in the precinct that I now represent. And this is a really, really great day for myself, for the office I represent, for the other constables in Dallas County, that we are coming and becoming united. And don't be surprised that if you do see, perhaps in the near future, some of our other constables in Dallas County receiving that Constable of the Year award. So once again, County Judge, Commissioners, thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Orozco, do you want to introduce your team who is with you today? And then Honorable Saldúa, Ms. Cadena, if you all want to say anything.
Yeah. So obviously we got, and then my lovely fiance Megan.
Okay.
Chief Deputy Eddie Salazar. Councilman Adam Basildew. He's always been a big supporter of mine. We have Sergeant John Davis, and then Laura Orozco Cadena.
That's right. I forgot.
And yes, she has a cousin. And Assistant Chief Chris Ruiz. Thank you so much.
You want to say anything else, Honorable Saldúa, Constable Goulding?
Good morning, Commissioners,
Morning.
Judge. I just am here to show support. I think that it's always something worthy to support whenever you have not only a servant leader like Constable Orozco, but also a member of law enforcement who takes the oath that they made to serve and protect seriously. And the initiatives that he has spearhead, the passion that he has for community, speaks volumes for the level of service that he is providing as an elected official, and he takes that oath very seriously. He goes above and beyond to make sure that that badge and uniform is not feared by the community, but instead looked at as a resource and an asset. And I cannot thank him enough for that contribution that he gives to the community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Dooley, do you want to say anything? Okay, sounds good. Well, thank you very much. Congratulations. Oh, sorry.
I would be remiss if I did not mention that I am here as the Vice Chair of the Dallas Delegation of State Legislators. So we are also standing here together. And Chief Salazar, who is his deputy chief, is my former police chief in Ellis County. So,
I forgot that.
You know, I just wanted to say too, looking at this group of people in this particular space, is that you are the ones who show up. And Constable Orozco, I see you all over the place because you think it's important enough to have that connection with the community you serve by showing up. So thank you very much. Congratulations, and other people also see that same distinction.
Thank you very much for those kind words. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No, I'm not impressed. Yeah, I looked at the paperwork. Well, look at the paperwork. Shit, we pay them to do. So.
Good things. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good to see you.
You do? Okay, I was gonna say. Yeah, okay. Just need you to stay and serve the papers, do what you're supposed to do.
Good to see you.
Really great to see you.
Sherman, thank you so much for being here. Okay.
Stand my mama more every day.
All right. Thank you very much.
Well done, well done.
No, thanks.
And I'd let the record reflect that Constable Tracy Gully
Is
appeared to
here as
show-
well. Yes,
show
I
to
mentioned her.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, last but not least is the resolution for National Financial Awareness Day. And this resolution is going to be received by our Dallas County Home and Loan Counseling Center, Porfirio Coronado, Dallas County Health and Human Services, Leticia Tudon from El Concilio, which I didn't see Miss Tudon. Are you here? Oh, thank you, Miss Leticia. Come on down. And Mr. Coronado, I know that Dallas Leadership Foundation was going to be here with us today, and the City of Dallas, Holly Holt, but I didn't see Miss Holt either. So with that, I think you're going to be it, Miss Tudon. So I don't see Mr. Coronado. Okay, and this is important, guys, because as Dallas County continues to move towards building affordable housing, financial awareness and leadership is super important. And I know Commissioner Price has had some of these trainings as well as as my office, and I was impressed to see how many people showed up to get this, financial advice. So with that, the resolution reads as follows. Whereas National Financial Awareness Day is observed to emphasize the importance of financial literacy, providing an opportunity to highlight the vital role that sound financial practices play in ensuring the economic stability and well-being of individuals and communities. And whereas financial literacy involves the knowledge and skills necessary to make informed and effective decisions with all financial resources, adopting responsible budgeting, saving, investment, and planning for the future. And whereas many organizations include nonprofits, educational and financial institutions that dedicate resources to educate their members and public on financial literacy, offering workshops, seminars, and counseling services to help individuals improve their financial health. Whereas Dallas County, in conjunction with various organizations within the county, has implemented programs aimed to enhancing financial literacy among its residents. These programs provide valuable resources and support to help individuals manage their finances, avoid debt, and plan for long-term financial success. The Concilio, a nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering individuals and families through education and community engagement, one of their key initiatives is offering financial literacy classes designed to enhance the financial well-being of their members. These classes provide essential knowledge and practical skills, helping participants manage their finances more effectively, make informed financial decisions, and achieve greater economic stability. Through these efforts, the Concilio plays a vital role in fostering financial empowerment and resilience within the community. And whereas Dallas County Home Loan Counseling Center serves as a vital financial capability center, providing Dallas County residents with invaluable resources and guidance to individuals seeking home ownership. Through their financial education and home ownership counseling, the center empowers individuals to make informed decisions regarding home ownership and financial stability. The center contributes to raising awareness about the importance of financial education and equipping individuals with the knowledge and skills needed to achieve their goals by hosting workshops, webinars, and information sessions focusing on mortgage literacy, budgeting, credit, and overall financial wellness. Whereas initiatives such as Dallas College Financial Leadership Program, the City of Dallas Financial Empowerment Center, and various local community workshops and online resources contribute significantly to improve the financial literacy of Dallas County residents. And whereas increased financial literacy leads to more informed financial decisions, which can help reduce poverty, build stronger communities, and create more robust and resilient local economy. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize August 14, 2024 as National Financial Awareness Day in Dallas County, encouraging all residents to take advantage of available financial literacy resources and commit to enhancing their financial knowledge for a secure and prosperous future. Dallas County reaffirms the commitment to supporting and expanding financial literacy programs to ensure all residents have the opportunity to gain the financial skills necessary to thrive. And I so move.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Where is Mark Edwards?
I didn't see him, Commissioner.
Well,
I know
Ms.
he was invited. But...
Okay, I know Ms. Madrano. No, Ms. Madrano is here. You know,
yeah.
We do $1 billion in a depository contract with Bank of America. And Ms. Madrano, well, I brought it up in my public health PHAC committees. And, you know, all this financial literacy is fine, but unless the portal is on the ground to put some housing on the ground with some eligibility, all of this, we've been doing this for 30-something years at Dallas County, probably longer than that. And I guess my concern is, and again, I want to thank Ms. Madrano, because we've been meeting, the last two meetings, Mr. Edwards and his staff have been meeting with Bank of America, serving on the Dallas Housing Acquisition Corporation, Chase, Inwood, all of these banks have skin on the ground. Bank of America say they do as well. We will see. And we've challenged them to show exactly. Apparently they've changed some of the programming at Dallas County Health and Human Services. And we need to be able to measure in metrics how many houses put on the ground. They can talk about educating people all they want to.
Right. Not only that, Commissioner, I think the way that the requirements, the 13 requirements that they meet are sometimes very hard, for people to go through and still be able to, get into an affordable housing. And that's why this financial literacy is so important. And I know that we're doing it here with Dallas County. In the town hall meeting that I had in West Dallas, I was very surprised to see that more than 300 people showed up. I mean, diverse from all over Dallas County. And their main question was, how can I prepare myself to buy affordable housing? Because they hear about what's going on in Dallas County, what's going with a lot of the municipalities we're working with as well. And that's where these partnerships are so important. And like Commissioner Price say, a lot of the banks showed up, Commissioner. But the reality is we need to have the family ready to be able to, go and buy one of these homes. Can you talk about it? And thank you so much for being here. And I know what you are doing is a fantastic work with El Concilio.
For sure. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. My name is Leticia Tudon, and I'm the VP of Programs for the Concilio. Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Garcia and the Court for inviting us to highlight the resources that are available to families year-round. At the Concilio, we've served thousands of families over the last 40 years, and by meeting them where they live, where they play, where they work. So yes, they're echoing all of these concerns and all of these questions that you're mentioning here. We offer gold standard programs that drive both educational and socioeconomic advancement for Latino and other diverse families. Mentioning what we do, boots on the ground, we offer that financial literacy workshops and partner with the City of Dallas Financial Empowerment Center. So this way we can refer families that who are ready or need to get ready with those financial advisors on that day-to-day expenses, day-to-day budgeting, and then making sure that they take active actions every day to achieve financial stability so that they are ready to buy homes or meet that next financial goal. Also, through our Latino Strategy Institute, we drive change by creating wealth-focused panels, think tanks. We're going to host our Power Latino Summit here in September 12th, where we invite different stakeholders. You mentioned some of the banks, some of our partners that couldn't be here today are also part of this summit, and they come and highlight what are those systemic changes that we need to highlight. When we talk about the next generation, we also work with our youth. We work with our Youth Latino Professional Network, where we equip them not only with workshops on getting them financial literate, but also bringing them in to deal with those personal finances and making them ready for that next stage in life. A lot of our youth are dual generational households, which means that they're not only taking care of their own finances, but they're taking care of their parents, grandparents, children. So they're that sandwich generation. We're trying to make sure that we equip them with that financial support. And as all of you know, the families we serve work hard, but they have a lot of barriers to overcome. And with this resolution and these partnerships, we hope that it'll be a positive and significant impact for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And congratulations. Dallas County continues to work. I know Dr. Huang and the Home Counseling Center is working with all of us and all the other partners that sadly could not be here today. But hey, it's challenging, like Commissioner Price just said, but somebody has to do it and the work has to continue. So thank you again, and thank you for being here. Ms. Coco, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and all that you do. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Dan.
Good morning. I realize that we have covered a lot of very important topics, and it's just after 10:30. but I very quickly want to go over the two items, in fact, the two resolutions I have, because they are important in addressing what county government specifically is by statute ordered to do, which is public health, public safety. And one of those items is recognizing the North Central Texas Council of Governments and its 50th anniversary, and Chris Klaus, who is somebody who we work with very closely at COG to do just a lot of things that are important to us. Whereas the North Central Texas Council of Governments and Regional Transportation Council are celebrating the 50th anniversary of their designation in 1974 by Governor Adolph Briscoe as the Metropolitan Planning Organization for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And thank you, Ms. Alberta, for coming and standing with Mr. Klaus. Whereas the COG is a voluntary association of local governments established in 1966 to assist in planning for common needs, cooperating for mutual benefit, and coordinating for sound regional development, strengthening both the individual and collective power of local governments and helping them recognize regional opportunities, eliminate unnecessary duplication, and make joint decisions. And whereas throughout 2024, the North Central Texas COG Transportation Department is marking the decades of accomplishments by focusing on how transportation planning has enhanced life in Dallas-Fort Worth. 50 years ago, many of the freeways were in place, but the transit agencies that now provide alternative modes of transportation did not exist. Then the population of the DFW Metroplex was 2.6 million compared to 8.1 million today. And whereas the RTC's first principle of operation sums up the values of the organization, the physical, economic, and social well-being of the region, its citizens, and business enterprises now and in the future is determined to a great extent by its transportation system. Therefore, decisions involving transportation systems and subsystems must consider the environmental, economic, and social impacts of the alternatives in the future development of the system and must attain the principal objective of having an efficient, safe, and practical system for moving people, goods, and services in the region according to their needs. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize the 50th anniversary of the Regional Transportation Council of the North Central Texas Council of Governments. We and the regional community recognize the contributions of the RTC to the economies and well-being of all of the residents of North Texas, and I so move.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Very much. And are there a couple of words of wisdom from Mr. Clausen?
You couldn't find no chairman?
Yes.
Yeah. Our current chair of the Regional Transportation Council is Judge Jenkins.
Okay.
And not too long ago, Commissioner Daniel was
2 years ago
a chair for the RTC, current member of our council.
So you found him.
So we have great representation of Dallas County. Although it's our 50th anniversary, of course, it's something to not be taken lightly, but we certainly are looking at a celebration of regionalism and cooperation. And with Dallas County as a valued partner in the region and the collaboration that we have with you, I think it just makes our life a lot easier, and ability to be able to implement and put the plan, the multimodal transportation plan together for the area. And our work is clearly not done. The growth is just continuing. We're underway on our new mobility plan for 2050 right now, and look forward to see how that takes shape to be able to make a safe and efficient transportation system that we can in North Central Texas for the influx of residents that are going to be coming here. I have to say, really on behalf of Michael Morris, our Transportation Director of our Regional Transportation Council,
and all of the staff. We do appreciate the recognition of this anniversary.
Well, I
Thank you
said
so
that
much.
a little tongue-in-cheek, Chris, but I really appreciate the RTC. And by the way, we're the recent recipient in the southern sector. A couple of raised grants. We had to go back to the table a number of times, but eventually. And just the way you have continued to recognize the growth spur, the historical, neglect. I mean, you've built all the way, not you, but other people have built all the way to Oklahoma, so they had to kind of come south. And so I just appreciate the way you've done that. As the businesses, the infrastructure can never catch up. I don't care whether it's water, sewer, roads, we can never catch up with the kind of growth that we're experiencing. But RTC and COG has gone a long ways. And so, I appreciate that, helping us to fund the kind of tools like the LGC that continues to help us grow in the southern sector. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So glad you were here. Ms. Alberta, did you have a few words of wisdom also?
I have just a few words here. I haven't been here all the 50 years, Commissioner. You know I haven't been here 50 years. But I have seen a lot of the court members participating. Currently, right now, Judge Jenkins is the chair of the Regional Transportation Council. Dr. Daniels is there. She was chair previously. But we have others that have been there before, like Commissioner Cantrell and Jim Jackson, Commissioner Jim Jackson, and of course, Judge Lee Jackson, who was part of the original groups of the RTC. So with that, I just want to say we really are appreciative to COG. You just mentioned the $25 million. I guess that's what I was up here to say, is that we got the $25 million raise grant finally. But when it comes to trails, when it comes to transportation, when it comes to mobility, COG has been there, and they've been in the background to almost every project that we've been a part. And they have pulled us all together because they're the glue when it comes down to working with TxDOT, when it comes down to working with DART, when it comes down to working with all the 31 cities. They're the glue that makes us do projects in Louisville all the way down to the tiptoes of Loop 9 to 190 and 161. They pull everything together, mobility-wise, and then all the trail systems that we have. They've been thoroughly a part of all the trails and all the different things that we've been doing. So we are very appreciative, definitely in Public Works, and I definitely say for Dallas County, they are the ones that make us all come together. Thanks.
And thank you very much for all you do. Do you want to take a quick picture, and then we can share that with the rest of the RTC?
Hey. Well, actually, I'll be at the White House on Thursday.
Oh, that's a good place to be.
Well, I will be there with him, of course.
But I'll be with you in spirit.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
I hope so.
The last resolution of the day is related to public health. And that is that August is recognized as the National Immunization Awareness Month, a time to emphasize the importance of vaccination for individuals of all ages and promote the benefits of immunizations. And whereas immunization is a vital process that provides protection against infectious diseases by stimulating the body's immune system through the administration of vaccines. And whereas immunization has been proven to be a highly effective tool in preventing and controlling life-threatening diseases, saving an estimated 2 to 3 million lives every year, and is a cost-effective investment in public health. And whereas vaccine-preventable illnesses such as measles, tetanus, polio, influenza, and mpox continue to pose a significant health risk to individuals of all ages, emphasizing the importance of routine vaccinations to safeguard both personal and community health. And whereas Dallas County Health and Human Services is committed to promoting the health and well-being of the residents of Dallas County and has been working to increase immunization rates throughout the county. And whereas thanks to immunization, we can now protect infants and children from 17 vaccine-preventable diseases by age 2, reducing infant mortality and disability caused by preventable diseases. And whereas to further enhance services and improve customer convenience, Dallas County Health and Human Services are going paperless for registration out in the field. The mobile immunization teams are using Luminar on iPads to register clients for immunizations. The new technology will allow registrations to proceed more efficiently, reduce paperwork, and provide faster access to immunization services. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court hereby joins in the recognition of August 2024 as National Immunization Awareness Month and urges all residents of Dallas County to prioritize their health and well-being by obtaining necessary vaccinations for themselves and their families. Be it further resolved that the Dallas County Commissioners Court recognizes the outstanding efforts of the Preventive Health Division at Dallas County Health and Human Services in promoting education and exceptional care to the children of Dallas County, and I so move.
Second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I want to say I'm very proud that I recognize all of these people because we see all of you throughout Dallas County at so many, many different events to show that public health is something that involves the public, but it takes the direction of a lot of people from Health and Human Services to manage that. So Dr. Wong and Melissa and the good folks behind who you can tell I'm smiling because it's always with great pride and joy that we do things together. So are there a few words that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, I'll start out. Just Commissioner Daniel, thank you so much for your resolution. And this great team that we have here, Marissa Gonzalez, Barbara Davis, Tamika Wilhite, Armando Martinez, and many others that are out there on the weekends, at after hours, giving the vaccines. Our community outreach started before COVID, and then COVID really highlighted the importance of that. And again, they're out in the field doing this important work. And as you said, it's so important, and it's saved millions of lives. I think that we're a victim of our own success with immunizations. How many of you have seen cases of polio, but you see the pictures of, rooms filled with iron lungs, and it's because of vaccines that we don't see that anymore. But again, now more healthcare professionals, the public, has never seen that before, and they think, oh, well, why do we need these vaccines? And as we saw during COVID, it became politicized. But I remember, if you think back to the early days when the COVID vaccine first came out, and we were out at Fair Park giving these vaccines, and people were crying because they recognized this vaccine and this immunization sort of freed them for finally being able to go out and see relatives and family members. And it's such important work. And again, we shouldn't let it get politicized, but it's a science. And it was named one of the 10 greatest public health achievements of the 20th century because you get that shot and it has long protection. But let me turn it over to Marissa. I think she's got a few words to say. But again, it's an incredible team that we have.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. Thank you, Commissioners Court, for the acknowledgement. Also, we really appreciate that. And our team does work tirelessly to serve the underserved residents of Dallas County with 8 brick and mortar clinics, including now our newly Garland branch that we just recently added. We serve babies to children, adolescents, adults, and even our precious seniors. Immunizations, as Dr. Wong said, we protect thousands and thousands of lives every year, particularly here in Dallas County. Dallas County HHS also mobilizes immunizations clinics throughout Dallas County, particularly the underserved communities of Dallas County. Also this weekend, and actually this Thursday, I'm going to do some shameless plugs here. This Thursday, we will be at collaborating with the city of Wilmer at the Eddie Bernice Johnson STEAM Academy from 3 to 6, offering free back-to-school immunizations clinics at 201 South Good Road in Wilmer. And then this weekend we'll be at T.R. Hoover from 10 to 1 at 5106 Bear Street in sunny South Dallas, where the sun is always shining, right, Commissioner? From 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then we will also have our Saturday clinic at DCHHS from 9 a.m. to 12. So that's the Saturday before school starts, which is this
That's
Monday.
right. They start
Yes,
on the
school
12th.
starts. First day of school is this Monday. And again, I'd like to thank the outstanding nurses and outreach team, Commissioner and Dr. Wong, for your unwavering support. We couldn't do any of this without any of your support. So again, I thank you, and we're so humbled. So thank you.
And can people also bring the kids to our main location?
Yes.
And we're open there
On Saturday.
on Saturday and as well, or?
Well,
No,
you
they will be
mentioned-
open this
Yes,
Saturday.
we'll
They're
be
not
open this
usually.
Saturday, yes.
They will be this Saturday.
Yes.
This Saturday at our main location. too.
Yes, sir, from 9 a.m. to 12. And I forgot, I just noticed also, we've got some faith-based collaborators here. Our community partners are here as well that you've also acknowledged. So it was such a joy and a delight to see them this morning as well. We work with them out in the community as well to serve the underserved community. So it's really nice, Mando, to see you and everybody back there in the back to see our collaborators. So thank you.
Thank you all, the team, Dr. Huang. Like you said, you have a fabulous team of people, working in the community tirelessly, regardless of the temperature, because sunny South Dallas has the sun all over Dallas County. So with that being said, do they need appointments? I know as the kids are going back to school, would you please put in the record that there's no need for appointments on Saturdays?
It's a walk-up.
Can you just say a little bit more for the record how our services work, and they are free?
Okay, so Barbara, would you like to elaborate, or shall I?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are no appointments are necessary. We welcome walk-ins. So all we ask is that legal guardian parent must be with the child, and you bring a copy of the most recent shot record, a hard copy. Do not bring a picture on the phone. We need a hard copy of that as well. And it's for children with no insurance, no private insurance. They have to be, or they have Medicaid or CHIP. We'll accept that, or no insurance.
And
we'll be
it's
happy to
free
see
if they have
them,
no insurance, right?
Well, was it 5?
Just want to add, no child is turned away.
Because
That's
of their
right.
ability to
Thanks,
pay.
Barbara.
Yes.
That's the key. And I want to thank you for the way you've interfaced, because I've got a delegated part of my staff that works with you. And the main thing that I said earlier about FQHCs and all is collaboration.
Right.
And I've been watching the communication go back and forth. I know when you're at certain clinics.
Right.
And I appreciate the collaboration.
Yes, they've been very, very helpful with us.
And would you send us also to all the members of the court, where are you going to be before back to school, so we can go ahead and push some of those messages? I know that you are all over Dallas County, so if you can just push that out.
And I think also on that presentation that we're probably going to defer.
It's in the last page. I saw it. But, usually your staff, Dr. Huang, they're so good. They send us something ready to post. So we appreciate that as well. Thank you.
And thank you, because you're absolutely right. You don't care what kind of weather it is outside, that you are there, rain or shine, to work with Dallas County residents to get immunizations out there, to answer questions about health care. So I totally appreciate and always look forward to seeing you out there in the community doing what you do best.
So we overcome barriers.
I do want to thank you also for mentioning, the technology and data modernization that we've been doing. And if you think back to the early days of COVID, how we literally had 30 people at the back of the room manually entering these paper forms. And so we really have built that capacity we can stand up a drive-through clinic with thousands of people with your support. So again, we really appreciate that.
But what hasn't been mentioned is that, and she's gone now, Constable Gully. I appreciate Precinct 1 for providing security. Because I
Very
don't,
good point.
yeah, because I don't think people really understand. You and my staff go into areas that traditionally nobody wants to go into. And even sometime when you get there, it's rough. But the constable's office, they're always there to make sure that you're safe, that the participants are safe. And believe me, I've heard some of the experiences.
And we are grateful, so thank you very much for
Yeah,
providing that.
And so I just want to say that for the record.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a package deal. Rule number 1, we do nothing by ourselves. Rule number 2, we're not quite done yet either. So look forward to seeing you at the locations, whether it's this weekend or the next weekend or the weekend after that.
Yes.
Because I know that you'll be there.
Oh, yes,
And
we
we will do our part to make sure that the community is aware and continues to take advantage of the services provided. So do you want to come up and get a quick picture so that we can...
Mr. Bazan.
There she is. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Upward and onward, huh?
Great to see you all.
To see you.
Armando, bien, hermano.
And you hiding in the back.
All right.
We'll see you soon.
I guess Dr. Wong, you're up. So we can move on.
What's that?
You were gonna do the
Oh,
highlights.
I think,
Mr. Mark,
I think you were gonna do the highlights.
highlights.
you want to do the highlights? I think Daryl was saying we could hold it for 2 weeks, but
Okay,
whatever
well, we
else.
can hold it. I mean, that's.
We can hold it. Because we did, the highlights would be immunization, we just did it,
Right,
right?
okay.
Highlights. I
Yeah,
mean, the only
that's
other, I'd just say
Yeah.
one thing, the West Nile virus, I put some information on that. Do the 4Ds to avoid mosquito bites, because actually, I think we're going to be announcing, unfortunately, the first West Nile virus death in Dallas County.
Yeah, I know. Just sort of,
Other
we
than
know.
that, COVID's going up there, but it's still not where we've been, but keep practicing and get your
So are we getting closer to aerial spraying, or are we good?
No.
Pardon?
Or we, yeah, I know at one point you had a concern that we were we were moving so
We're
fast.
monitoring it
But
for the
now
vector index.
we're
It's still stayed
stabilized.
under the 0.5,
Yeah.
so again, we're hopefully getting towards the end of this.
Great.
But it's still a lot of mosquitoes out there.
Right.
And we're still checking all the traps.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yes. We do
it
that.
stayed the same, right, from the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, we've been monitoring that and again, reporting when we've had the positive traps and doing the spraying afterwards.
Well, I know
and then-
DeSoto had a couple weeks
Yeah,
last
and,
weekend. We were
and
up there pretty hard.
Irving. So, okay,
So
sounds
remember
good.
the 4Ds.
4Ds, sounds
Okay.
good. Thank you, Dr. Wong.
Thank you very
I'm,
much.
I'm going to suspend in terms of presentation mine so I can get the treasurer and Nationwide up so they can go. I mean, when I say suspend, just change the, move to suspend my presentation arrangement.
Second.
Okay, got a second.
All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
Yeah, it's in my presentation. I'm just moving it around so I can get some people in and out. Okay. I want to thank Nationwide. They have, and I'm sure we all have seen, they have this high school senior could win from the 2024 college scholarship. The details are out on their website and all. And so I just want to thank them for this. The scholarship winner this year is a young lady. Well, go ahead on, Ms. Medrano.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner, Judge and Commissioners. Good morning, Pauline Medrano, County Treasurer. And I'm delighted today to announce that we have a winner, a nationwide winner from Nationwide Retirement Systems. There was a scholarship essay, and we have one here in Dallas County. I do want to introduce the folks that are with me. We have Star Maddox, our executive secretary, is here. Stephanie Granberry, which is the new chief deputy treasurer here, and we have Will Angus with Nationwide Retirement Services, and he is our retirement specialist for Dallas County. So there was a national call out for this essay, and there was, I think it was a couple of months that we announced it, and so we have one of our employees' daughters is a winner. The employee, a Dallas County employee, is Tracy Flowers. She works for the juvenile department, and she is here today, and she's going to say a few words. And Anya Flowers is our winner, and she wrote an incredible essay on AI and financial services. And so we will send that to all the commissioners because we're really proud of her in doing this. And Will, if you will come over and start, we're going to present the check. The scholarship was for $2,500. It is made out to Prairie View A&M, which Ayana is going to attend, and it is in her name at the school now. So congratulations.
And she's a graduate of
She's a graduate of DeSoto High School and is going to Prairie View A&M University, and we are so happy to congratulate her. I do have a letter, and I'll do this afterwards, from the mayor of DeSoto. So, Will?
Yep. Well, again, thank you, commissioners and judge, for having us here today, and Nationwide, so proud to, this is our 21st year to do these scholarships. We give out 4 scholarships all across the country. This is the second year that we've had a winner from Dallas County since I've been here for 8 years now. So a great essay, again, showing AI and how it's going to affect our financial services industry. And again, great insight, and she well deserving of this. So I'd love to be able to give her this check here, and we want to go up there, or how do we want to?
Yes, you want to come up here and present. Mom is with her, Ms. Flowers.
Well, like the staff would like to take a picture.
Yeah.
Stephanie.
Yeah. Miss Cranberry, yep, there we go, we're ready.
As the kids say, I'm gonna let you make it, Will, based on yesterday.
Well, they need to give more scholarships. If this is only the second one in Dallas.
Congratulations.
Don't worry, let them worry about that.
No, I'm not gonna, hey, I'm in the aggressive plan. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great job.
And if I will, if I may, this is a letter from the mayor of DeSoto. It says, "Dear Ayana Flowers, I hope this message finds you in great spirits. Though I cannot be present at today's esteemed Dallas County Commissioners Court meeting, it is with immense pride and joy that I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you on behalf of the city of DeSoto. Your outstanding achievement of receiving a $2,500 scholarship through Nationwide Deferred Compensation Plan scholarship opportunity it is a testament to your hard work, your dedication, and your determination. As a recent graduate of DeSoto High School, you have not only made your family proud, but also brought great honor to our entire community. The scholarship acknowledges your perseverance, academic excellence. It serves as a solid foundation as you embark on the next exciting chapter of your educational journey. We are confident that you will continue to strive for greatness and achieve remarkable successes in your future endeavors. A special acknowledgement goes to your mother, Ms. Tracy Flowers, whose unwavering support and encouragement have undoubtedly played a significant role in your accomplishment. This recognition is a feather in the cap not only for you, but also for the entire DeSoto community. Once again, congratulations. We are incredibly proud of you and look forward to all the wonderful contributions you will make in our world. Warmest regards, the Honorable Rachel L. Proctor, Mayor of DeSoto, Texas. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. And
Thank you. Thank you very much. Naya.
Good morning.
Good morning, Naya.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
I would like to say thank you to Dallas County for stable employment for my mother.
Yeah,
she's been
hey,
been
Mom,
here for.
You're paying some of that tuition too, huh?
Yeah, she's been here for a minute.
Thank you to Nationwide for being able to bless me with this scholarship. I'm going to Prairie View. I'm going to major in psychology because I want to focus on the betterment for Black youth when I get older. So, you know, my mom kind of inspires me for that as well, considering her job. And I like to thank God for continuing to bless me and everything. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
I ditto what she said. Thank you for Commissioner Price, who is in my district, Clay Jenkins, and all the other commissioners. Again, to Nationwide for the scholarship. She applied to so many scholarships. We've never won anything, so I just thank God for that. Again, thank you for giving us this time, and thank you for allowing us to be here today.
Trace, how long have you been with us now?
Going on 15 years, and a ditto on what she said. I really appreciate for allowing me to the continued employment with Dallas County and the support of Mr. John Wiley Price, because I haven't been, I just thank God for being employed with Dallas County.
Yeah, well, she's been a volunteer, talk about out in the community. She's been a volunteer, whether it was Kwanzaa or whatever we needed out in the community. She has been one of our premier volunteers, and so we thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I also like to thank Ms. Pauline Medrano. She's been excellent during this process also.
And I ditto that. Thank you. But, okay, thank you. There's a couple things. Let me just say, and you know, it's interesting how Dallas County continues to get the spotlight shined on it with regards to the Frank Crowley judicial performance. As of 7 a.m. this morning, the DULY report had 6,488 individuals. DULY is detention early warning report. 93% of our total jail capacity. And while it's, you know, a decrease of 108 over what we had last year, the one thing that nobody has said, and Mr. Reed, I don't know it well if you even know it, but as we continue to manage this weekend, we were at capacity. Yeah. We were at capacity. What hasn't been said is that 2 state prisons have closed. 2 state prisons have closed. They're having the same workforce issues as everyone else. There's been a number of other challenges. And so I want to commend the Dallas County Sheriff's Department the chiefs and all, because over the weekend we were scrambling. Even though we have that variance, we have not, Mr. Frost, I don't think, purchased any boats. And basically, the variance gives us the opportunity up in the, I think Chief Robinson, up in the north side, the North Tower, the K's Tower, to use boats when we get into trouble. And I agree. Not ready to buy the boats. I don't know what those boats cost, but as much as anything is the storage of those boats. I don't know, and I guess I'm asking you publicly now, do we have any boats that are just kind of around? No, I don't want to do like another department I'm getting ready to deal with. We've got 3 container loads of product. We spent taxpayers' money. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, and we have not utilized it. And I'll get to that in a minute. But if we have not purchased any boats, I would at least say we need to probably buy some, because with 2 prisons closing, I think we're in more dire straits than we recognize. 2 weeks ago, across the state, 254 counties, they only took, TDCJ only took 300 individuals. That's less than that's a person basically from almost each county. We can't sustain that. And so I guess I'm kind of putting both the department and Mr. Frosch on notice. Don't want to buy a ton of them. And the variance, I think, is, what is it, 88? Is that our variance? But that means a lot when we're talking about trying to manage this system. But it's interesting when I see media, and I'll talk about everything else, they haven't talked about those 2 prisons closing and the fact that they've got tremendous workforce issues at the state. And so with that, I appreciate the Criminal Justice Division continuing to be our partners to working with IT and all, and to provide these snapshots. But midnight count was 6648. We're only authorized for 7,100. And when you do classifications, we're there. And female, we've got some challenges. So I'm just putting everybody on notice that we need to at least purchase some boat. Any disagreement, Chief? I mean, you're welcome to come forward, because I mean, it's like it's been a secret. I've seen it published nowhere. Now maybe everybody else has. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it published anywhere that they've closed 2 prisons.
That's correct. To my understanding, they have closed 2 because of staffing.
I understand.
But I think that Chief Herculots is got some contingencies, of course, with the variance, to add some beds over in K's if we need them. Not there yet, but according to facilities, they have what they need to install them. So we're kind of
they have what they need to install them, but do we have them? See,
according to them, we do.
We do have some boats.
We do.
Okay. So somebody needs to, Mr. Mazzano, are you aware that we have those boats? Because and I keep using the term boats. They're beds that is approved by the Texas Commission on Jail Standards for emergency utilizations on variances. Yeah.
Let me do a quick check, Commissioner, and then I'll report right back.
Okay, and I'm just trying to get us ready, because as I said, I had not heard until I started asking, why did they transfer so few people? And then that's when it came back that they'd only done 300 across the state. And I said, well, that's less than, that's one inmate. And we can't sustain that. I saw what they transferred this way. We can't sustain it. So we've got to at least get ready. And as I said, I think our variance is at least 88. I don't want to buy that many boats, but I do want to buy what we need to be ready. Okay? Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Thank you. Miss, anything else? Ms. Randolph, with regards to those numbers, and where we are?
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Are you requesting information regarding the 90% disposition, or which numbers were you?
Well, I know we're there on the 90%.
We are.
Obviously, we're there. So
Okay.
I got that. I just didn't know if there was anything else with regards to. I know you guys continue to manage to ensure that people don't linger in custody unnecessarily. That your efforts, criminal justice efforts, has reflected a 67% in reduction in the average length of stay, and the cost difference because of you has been $14 million, even though the jail's costing us $16 million every month, but because of what you've done. With that 67%, you've saved us about $14 million. And so.
Yes, that is correct, and thank you so much for acknowledging the hard work of the Dallas County Criminal Justice Department, and particularly the jail population management team.
Right.
So far this year, that team has researched over 17,000 individuals. That's about 2,500 per month. As you said, the length of stay compared to before those managers or coordinators start their inquiry is about 98 days length of stay. After the jail population management team sends their inquiries and works with all criminal justice stakeholders, that length of stay is reduced to about 31 days, which equals to about that 67% reduction of length of stay that you mentioned. So again, those efforts are not in vain. They are having an impact. This court, and thank you so much to this court as well as to county administration and the budget department, has agreed to allow criminal justice department to have some temporary staff, and we are in the process of getting those online. We've gotten approved to get 2 so that they can continue in doing those individual manual research that you were talking about that has resulted in this dynamic decrease of length of stay. So we're really excited about that. Again, thanks to you all, and we'll continue to monitor and provide updates as they come.
Okay. And so basically what they've done has reduced that average length of stay by 2/3, which equates to the $14 million on those 17,000 individuals. It's all about, it's all about management. And I just appreciate the fact.
Thank you.
Thank you. That being said, that's the judicial performance report for Frank Crowley. The DI is nothing. Change report, nothing. We've talked about the jail capacity, the population, midnight count, which brings me to the, Parkland and and I talked earlier about that entire deal, but I know y'all have missed this, but I want y'all to understand I continue to do the research that the Monkey Mugs Chronicles. I told Parkland yesterday, they do some good work. Anyway, although some of us on this court enjoyed some long vacations during the summer month, racism and discrimination and injustice never takes a day off. The report is filed in late June on boston.com. And I quote, in a new federal civil rights complaint, a Melrose student says classmate called her a monkey and an ape and cut off her braid without permission. The details are outlined in a complaint filed Thursday by lawyers for civil rights for the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights against the Melrose Public Schools for the ongoing and persistent failure to prevent or address racial bullying and violence. Lawyers filed the complaint on behalf of Kaya, an 11-year-old black student in the 5th grade who allegedly experienced escalating incidents of racial bullying as white classmates called her racial epithets repeatedly and then cut off one of her braided hair extensions during class. Quote, "My daughter should never have to deal with being called a monkey or an ape or having her braids cut. But the fact is the school did nothing to prevent future incidents and make the problem even worse. And it emboldens the racist bullies," said Kaya's mother, Kerwin Gibbs, in a statement. "The district failed to ensure that my daughter's learning environment is safe from racial attacks. Likewise, Parkland employees should not have to worry about being subjected to monkey racisms and interferences. And just as this parent pointed to the school board as the responsible party, Parkland brass is responsible for the monkey mugs incident and for the subsequent promotion of the offender. You can call it a teachable moment, but who learned the lesson?" And the beat goes on. The Dallas County Employee Health Insurance Update. I'm having some, and I still don't have, Mr. Frost, that contract. I'm having some real issues. Apparently PEBC has decided as a collective that we're going to Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I asked for all of this, got the rate sheets, looked at all the rate sheets and the whole 9 yards. And I guess what I'm having a problem with is that what is Blue Cross Blue Shield offering? I'm looking at a 15 to 18% rise in cost. But I see no medical rebates. And we've been with United Healthcare for the last 20 years. Medical rebates has been an integral part, these rate sheets. Now, there are those pharmacy rebates, but I'm having trouble understanding the justification. I looked at page 8 on this, and what I'm not able to understand on the pharmacy side is that are they just generics, the rebate, and so Mr. Wilson, I'm having some issues with the capacity limit of Dallas County staff, the contract. I'm looking at the 2024, I'm showing the employee EE $950, but at the end of the day, someone's got to show me how we've supposedly getting a better deal going with Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Let me start that and then turn it over to you. Sure.
Yes.
So on the PBC where Mr. Wilson, myself, and Commissioner Garcia served, there was an initial review of this by Gallagher, our consultant.
I'm looking at Gallagher's piece.
Right, and the staff, and this is several months ago, or a couple of months ago, and they said Blue Cross Blue Shield is the substantially lower bidder. And so we got that information.
Based on what though?
Well, let me
About
let
seven.
Bob do that part.
Yeah.
Then, I'm not sure if we had voted on that or if it was just said, not this group,
Oh,
the PBC. But then I began to get calls. I got a call from Matt Chase at NACO saying that United Healthcare and CVS had not been allowed to fairly bid because they wanted to bid as a cooperative rate that they had been denied being able to bid. So I asked Mr. Frosch and Mr. Wilson to independently look at the bid and make sure the bid had been done properly. They came back and said the bid had in fact been done properly. Then we allowed, or I guess the staff allowed at PBC, CVS to submit what their bid would have been had they bid that way. And all of those were looked at by Gallagher. And we looked at that at our last PBC meeting. I was disappointed to see that the second CVS bid, the cooperative bid, was actually less favorable than the first CVS bid, which was far less favorable than the Blue Cross bid. And so based on that, there was a unanimous vote to go with the Blue Cross and Blue Cross pharmacy bid.
Correct.
And then Bob has all the numbers, and there was a graph sheet. I don't know if you have it with you.
I do have it.
Okay, yeah, that shows what they each actually cost.
Well, again, when I look, and by the way, when they did the whole pharmacy piece, I don't know if they did it in generics because there's no number for Blue Cross Blue Shield in that area where it says in the pharmacy summary.
Certainly so.
There's no number there.
And I can provide what what those final numbers are. So, best and final offer, the companies that are bidding on the pharmaceutical costs are given our usage by person, by drug, and so they all have an equal opportunity to come up with what that cost will be. And so each organization has a formulary that they use, and the formulary provides us the drugs that we need to help our employees, but at a cost that's advantageous to us. So at the end of the day, one of the primary factors that the group made the decision, the PEBC group, Tarrant County, Parker County, NTTA, Dallas, Denton, made the decision to go with Blue Cross Blue Shield for healthcare and Blue Cross Blue Shield for pharmacy, was that although they do not have rebates, their overall cost baseline, using what drugs we used for the next 5 years, would be a savings of $126 million compared to what our current run rate was. Now, the other part that you bring up, so that was a driving factor. When it came to healthcare, the primary factors in the big difference wasn't the healthcare provider, that's utilization, right, that drives the costs for your non-pharmaceutical. And so we had a $1.5 million annual savings in admin fees, 5.8 million credits. And so I think this will be a good program. I've spoken with other HR directors throughout the state, public, private, and Blue Cross Blue Shield has a good reputation. Now, there's always some fear about the transition, right?
Yep.
And so that's what we're working on right now. And the last thing I wanted to address was the rate sheets, right, which is an item later. So these projections are based on our historical numbers, right, our claim utilization. In the last 6 months, unfortunately, we probably had the worst claim year as far as expenses that we've ever had in Dallas County. And so we have at least 11 cases where the overall, and we want to keep thought for these people, it's not about money. The overall claim impact is over $300,000. And we've got 4 employees or dependents who've met the stop loss cost, which is $600,000. So when we project our rates for 2025, we have to make up where we fell behind. And now projections are heavily weighted on what have you done lately? What's your current run rate? So our last 12 months
is being heavily weighted and therefore driving an amount of money that we're gonna have to add to our trust fund.
But is that an outlier? You know, I hear, you know, y'all can try to fluff this up any way you want to. Is that an outlier?
The claims that we had, absolutely.
The what?
The high claims that we had in the last 6
And
months.
yeah, is that an outlier?
Absolutely an outlier.
Okay.
And
So
that's
if
a
you
great
take
question.
that, it's like anything else. If you take that out of the equation and look at our run rate for, you know, the last 4 or 5 years, what does that look like?
Well, we bounce around $85 million. And so during the pandemic, we actually saved money, as you remember.
Well, no, I'm not going to, okay, I don't want to talk about
So
pandemic.
it's around 85. And so the latest projection is that we're going to need to put $18.5 million on top of that, right? This is live breaking after we had our meeting on Wednesday. So, you know, those are discussions we're going to have in our workshops over the next.
And there's not wiggle room on that. That's what you have to put in there.
And that's not the health care provider telling us, that's our broker Gallagher. We have to have enough money set aside. Since we're self-insured, we need to be able to cover these claims. And so we've taken advantage of that, or it's been good to us over the last 6 years.
Yeah.
And we've been able to, you know, because it's self-funded, we earn interest on those accounts, and it's just a smart way to do business. This is the unfortunate side where it's going to be more. Now, do I expect that we'll maintain that into the next year? No. And so, I'm banking on, what's that?
Let's say that we have a normal year next year. We get our 18 million back. I mean, we never lost it because.
I don't think so, Judge. You're not getting any money back.
I imagine we get 10 back if we were lucky.
See, that's my concern, Judge. I mean, you know, again, we had an outlier year. First of all, you know, this is current. I don't know, did y'all vote on it or whatever? You know, I'm at a health fair, and damn, I hear, y'all changing providers. I'm like, excuse me?
Okay, we vote on it after the health fair. So then when I talked to you at the health fair, they were in the process of reviewing it. I mean, I'm not an expert on purchasing, but Frosh is. So they were in the process of doing that.
Right.
And then we had Gallagher, we had CVS come back and say,
I got
okay,
Gallagher's report. That's what I'm looking at.
even though they didn't do it timely, pretend like they did, here it is. And then we had Gallagher look at it, and
Commissioner,
everybody wanted to go with the one that saved us tens of millions
And that
of
did
dollars.
slow us down when this other group came back and basically like a bid protest is what occurred.
What are you saying?
So the final vote to vote on Blue Cross Blue Shield, yes, this is where we're gonna go, did not happen until this Wednesday past week, because we were holding out.
Between you and I talked.
Well, okay, turn to work. I'm still reading the Gallagher report. I got all of this Gallagher stuff before me, and I guess I'm still not seeing. You know, you keep talking about, you know, my stuff is taken, and they're showing the 15 to 18%, you know, rise in cost. I'm still trying to figure out what they are offering.
So the rise in cost is not. We would have this increase in cost if we stayed with UHC. Right?
Do what now?
We would have this cost increase had we stayed with UHC.
We would have?
We would have.
Yes.
We would have had the same.
Because of the outlier.
Yes, sir. And so that's just the reality of the situation. Where we're going to come back a year from now, I'll then know, where's this prescription savings? Have we realized that? That's a big block, and we won't know because the plan year doesn't start until January. We won't have good data till about this time next year to know what we're saving on the prescriptions. Then we can go back and we can adjust, you know, do we need to keep this trust fund at this level? We have a lot of flexibility. So this is, at a point in time today, this is how we need to fund that trust fund.
We did not have to stop. What would be the apples to apples comparison this year between UHC and
so the 11 cases combined are almost $7 million. The 11 claims, and if we didn't have the stop loss, well, I don't know what that saved us yet because we're only 6 months into the year. I just know we've run up against it, and these claims are still out there, right? They're not.
Well, we got an older.
What we're looking at is not look at what Blue Cross can do compared to what CVS and United Healthcare have done in the past, it was looking at what they all bid to do in these or future years.
Correct.
And
Well-
the Blue Cross was the cheaper version for the future years.
That's correct,
And
Commissioner. And your heartburn is that cheaper might not be best, right?
Exactly.
And that was one concern that I can tell you among Dallas County, your peers did discuss.
Absolutely.
However, as part of PEBC, we are a group of, different entities. And the savings that you see in the sale was what pretty much brought everybody together.
But the thing is, I don't know anything about their workforce. We have
They're
been
not here anymore. There's other issues that, affect this decision. However, at the end of the day, I think that the group decision was, the savings will justify the headache of the transition, because I'm really concerned about the transition, Commissioner, not only of membership and all our employees, but also about the coverage, the amount of deductibles, and we've been assured that they will stay the same. And Mr. Wilson, please stop
Sure.
me.
One of the things that I wanted to talk about was there is potential disruption to
There you go.
current drugs that employees are taking and have been taking. And so we've identified, we have 104 positive, which means they move from the drug they currently take moves from a non-preferred higher price to now it's preferred, right? So there's 104, they're gonna benefit. There are 164 where the current drug they take is going from preferred to non-preferred, right? And so we've identified those people and we're gonna work with them to get them on alternatives. Now the number
Is that a nice way of saying generic?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. And so, for instance, we have 664 employees whose current medication they're taking is going to be excluded. Now, what I will tell you is the formularies for all the pharmacy benefit managers are changing every 3 months, right? So Humira is a great example. CVS used to cover Humira, no longer covers it, right? And so they made that calculation and they've transitioned employees onto other, not generic, but other drugs that are, it's beyond me, but basically the same formulaic, same family, achieve the same result. And so that's where we're gonna work with each one of these people that have been identified along with Blue Cross Blue Shield to get them in a good place and get them to an alternate drug.
Well,
and that's really the savings. It's a
This too, at least, this is just my vote, but I wanted to look at, was this bid fairly? Because the allegation, was that it was not, it was a serious allegation. We looked at that very seriously, not me, but the experts. And then, if it had been bid, because there's at least an argument for CVS that they were dissuaded from bidding on that. If it had been bid, would it be a savings? If either one of those, and the savings were, significant, if either one of those had occurred, I would have pushed to reopen it. If the bidding was not done correctly, or if there had been a savings. Unfortunately, for the position of United Healthcare, the more we looked at it, the worse it got.
Correct.
Well, I'm not. We've been with them for 20 years. My problem is I'm trying to compare workforce to workforce. We've always known, we've had an older workforce.
Correct.
The retirement system tells us that, and I guess that maybe they're working off of that. I understand the claims, okay? I guess I don't know those other workforces, what they look like. Number one, how they compare to Dallas County. And I guess my concern is, I hear us spending a lot of times on the formulary. How many of our people can take, what percentage of those drugs are generic? A lot of people can't take generic drugs.
Correct. I'd have to have the formulary. I couldn't tell you.
I beg your pardon?
I couldn't tell you what that is, Commissioner, without having the formula.
Well, but I'm trying to, because I'm telling you that when I looked at Gallagher here, when you got into that area on page, what I got is pages. you didn't have anything in that particular area. Where's the pharmacy?
On 164, I don't think they'll know
There you go.
until they work with each individual, if that's the
Correct, it's not known at this point. We don't have a contract with.
But you don't have a contract, but you look, you published all of this information.
But that's the consultant information, Commissioner. I
Okay,
mean,
and so you didn't rely on it?
yes,
We absolutely rely on the consultant
Okay,
information.
so
Yes, we did.
again, this is vacant. This,
Which category
Yeah,
is
let
that?
Bob get borrow this real fast.
yeah, because I mean,
He's
I'm-
saying this is vacant with the
Look,
circle,
I got
the
it
blue
circled, and all, we're going through, and so,
So this is not a rebate-driven model, right? The cost that we're getting, the drugs.
go ahead.
So this model is not a rebate-driven model, right? This is a model where we're gonna pay lower costs up front and achieve a lower overall cost without getting these rebates every quarter. So
Okay.
that's the difference.
Yeah, when there's no, I understood there was no medical rebate, but I guess again, this is under pharmacists.
well, Gallagher did an analysis, Commissioner. What you're looking at is analysis of all the different factors that can, affect, the pharmacy rebates. It's probably we need to do a briefing
I've
for
got enough-
Commissioner Price.
That's what I was gonna suggest.
Because, I
I've
mean,
got
those are a lot of variables, Commissioner, that your team, look into it, not only from the cost savings, but also from the purchasing, also for the cost savings, and if it's good for our employees. And,
That's
and
the
I,
only thing- that's the
and
only
I
reason.
have to tell you, I mean, there was some hard concerns from all of us as a team about it, so, on different areas, so.
You're 100% right. So Commissioner, I will get an appointment and bring you the latest data that we've got, because I think that might be.
But, okay, so
Without the
I'm trying to figure out
questions.
how you came up with, the 31 million, why not 50 million? I'm
It's based on our usage of drugs that calculates what that cost is, right? They know what drug it is, what the amount was, how many people are using it, and then for each drug, and then they forecast out based on their formulary, not the old formulary, but what their formulary is, what that will cost us.
And you'll share that with all of us.
Yeah, that's what I can
Thank
say.
you
You
very
need to
much.
publish.
Yes,
Yeah, we just need to publish.
And you know what, Mr. Wilson, probably because that was one of the preliminaries for what I'm looking at Commissioner Price seeing, is one of the preliminaries briefings from Gallagher.
Very,
I mean, if you can add the part where you, the judge, and Mr. Frosch and everybody got together, and then why did we get to what we are now?
And I just got that this morning, so I will.
Yeah, because it just happened last Wednesday, Commissioner Price.
You just,
So we can be here all day, and trust me, Commissioner, without all the variables that we look into it, it might take us a while, so.
well, I just, you can't have this floating talk. We keep talking about our employees, and
It's not floating, Commissioner, it just happened this last Wednesday.
I
and,
understand. But hell, like I said,
Mr. Wilson still is getting all the paperwork, we don't even have all the
We don't, and
paperwork
that
yet.
was, as far as the timeline of events, we're now at, building our open enrollment material with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Our open enrollment will be October 7th to October 18th. And the big difference here, and I hope everybody's listening, is this is an active enrollment where every employee has to enroll and make a healthcare choice. Nothing is rolling over. And if you'll go into a default if you don't enroll, but you don't want to.
because you're different, got a different provider.
Yes, sir.
But
Yes, sir.
but I got this. Everybody keeps talking about this Wednesday. Hell, I've had this last week, and we've gone through it. So whatever you have,
Oh, we had it for like a month.
There's unfortunately, Commissioner, there's been a lot behind the scenes, and I'll get you absolutely the latest updated. And as far as the employees, 98% of the providers that were in network on the old plan are in network in the new plan. And actually, UHC was changing there, so it's a better inclusion than UHC was. And as far as hospitals, 94% are in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield, 85 would have been in network with UHC. So UHC's moving as much as anybody else is in this race to get to the bottom of prescription costs. So the last thing I'd add, Commissioner, to your point about education, Mr. Martin's office advertises the employee bulletin board. There's a list of town halls, webinars, in-person opportunities beginning the very first part of September for employees to learn more about this. And at that point, we'll have material to be able to share with them.
Okay, well, I want whatever surprise y'all got this Wednesday, I want that. And then I can.
I'll get that to you today.
You don't have the stuff from.
Well, no, I got what they gave me with the gallery.
The updated with the NACO CBS
Yes.
kid. I've got that this morning.
But yeah, the Commissioner Price doesn't have that part.
You got a hard copy of it.
Yes.
I see. You do need to look at that, because that was surprising to me.
To all of us.
Based on all the calls I was getting from people who probably shouldn't have been calling me, but anyway.
No, I ain't got no problem calling, because we're looking out for 6,500 employees. And some, some of them got existing condition. We want to know, I want to be able to.
You got some of the calls like I got, that piece of paper did not bear out what those folks were saying.
Well, I agree. I just ask you, but when I called you, I just asked you, what the hell's going on? Because that's.
And I gave, before he started, I gave you the chronology of all the things we did to look at this from the time I talked to you until last Wednesday. None of which were helpful to United Healthcare.
No, didn't help at all.
Were intended to give them a chance to show that the CVS bid was the best.
Yeah. Okay. And with that being said, it's not going to be easy. The transition is definitely not easy. We need to be very sure, Mr. Wilson, that all our employees, are aware that everybody has to go to select, the plans. And as I always say, there's not the perfect insurance. And definitely this is going to be a challenge.
You said 94% of the hospitals are in this network, and 98% of the providers are in this network.
Which leaves the 20% out.
Oh, no, I've checked with some hospitals. That's the reason I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
Because nobody has said anything, and believe me, I even threw it up yesterday to Parkland, and of course Parkland does very little because that's on the commercial side of the aisle. So I did that came up in my.
And they're in negotiations with Baylor, or maybe they finished.
No, and please don't bring the difference between THR and UT Southwestern, who are in a collaboration. And therefore, and I didn't know this until yesterday, till I charged them up, and then, trying to get the comparison. And that's when they told me Texas Health Resources and UT Southwestern were in a collab, whatever they're calling it, UT Region Resources or something. But see, that's what I'm talking about. It's all that kind of leveraging. And so I'm just trying to, I just need all of the factors.
There's some opportunities I'll be happy to talk to you about as well.
And we got to figure out how I know I'm having a difficult time navigating, but we got to figure out how we're going to publish this out there the long before employees get to this enrollment and take 10 years to learn it. They need to be able to be vetting, pushing some query back to HR, saying, this is where I am now. This is where I need to be. We can't wait to just, to the last minute and say, hey, let's understand it. And like I said, I've gone through all of this, and hell, I get here today, you say, oh no, but that changed on Wednesday. Damn. What? So how are we going, Mr. Martin, how are we going to push this out so that employees get a chance to?
And we're gonna have to work on a plan. I'll get with Bob on that, because we have to have a 24-hour plan. We have 24-hour operation, so we gotta make sure we reach every employee with this. And I assume, just like UHC used to do, Blue Cross Blue Shield will have some experts on the ground helping us, correct?
We absolutely have employees that will be, not employees, temporary workers that will be helping us. And
because it would be helpful, I think, as Commissioner Price is saying, if employees can sit down with an expert and do a comparison of their current coverage with the new coverage with Blue Cross Blue Shield, particularly some who have some health issues in the family. So
exactly.
Absolutely.
And how much is this going to change those dynamics?
Right.
And again, with the formulary, I want to know what's excluded. And, you know, what does the data say in terms of our workforce, where they were?
Right.
The new plan, is there any exclusions?
And
There are.
There will be.
Well, see, but then, you know, a lot of times, I'm gonna tell you something. Some of these dadgum meds are like, and especially when you get into chemo,
And
you're
those
talking
are,
$25,000. What the hell? Can nobody? I mean, I know we go for grants. People are going for grants and all, but just the copay.
Commissioner, there are some of those issues that are not gonna be covered, and those are the employees that Mr. Wilson is mentioning that we're gonna have to sit and work with. So,
Sure, and just, again, go to the Employee Bulletin Board. We've got session schedule in every one of our large facilities, beginning September.
thank you, Mr. Wilson, I
Thank you for
appreciate
the
it.
opportunity. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, but like I said,
Moving along, now it's elections.
well, yeah, I know, but I ain't ready to move along so fast that I'm impacting somebody's health. And as I said, I know y'all are our representatives there, but you know, I get an employee comes up to me, I'm like, what the hell? I don't.
And I said this to you
did.
private, but let me say this publicly to any employees that are looking. None of our employees will, who are on chemo, whatever, are gonna die because they can't afford their medicine. We are gonna make sure that our employees get the medicine that they need to have their best outcomes and the best chance at good outcomes. So we're gonna be working with each of those 164 employees with your unique situation, and if things are going badly for you, email clay.jenkins@dallascounty.org, okay? And Bob's gonna work with you as well. Email robert.wilson@dallascounty.org. Let us know if you have a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. What's next? Elections? I think that's
Let's see, I think
you did all yours already.
yeah, I think I've done everything.
So
No, I didn't. No, hell no.
Elections is left.
Elections.
Oh,
And
that's
then-
I didn't.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. Everything from voter registration to equipment to privacy. I spent with Mr. Frost, with facilities, with elections, community service. We had a whole delegation. We spent a half a day, few hours, 3 or 4 hours, out at, along with Miss Richardson. Sorry, Miss Richardson. Because we got there a couple hours before everybody else. You know, Judge, we keep talking about the taxpayers. I am livid, and I said this when Scarpello was here. We bought brand new shelving and everything else for the new dinner. We've got 3 bins that probably are somewhere between $45,000 to $75,000 worth of new shelving in a bin out there. It wasn't you. We had new printers. We had ESN. We had a ton. That's right, Mr. Reed. I'm sorry, he was there. And by the way, thank you for bringing in those mobile shredders. We had a ton of stuff we had to shred. We had the DA's office was there because there were boxes that Randall came and said that we had to move because apparently there's some lawsuit. But all I'm telling you is we had hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of equipment just there. And then I went to Dr. Walker because I wanted to find out what is going to be requested in this year's budget. My staff went back and pulled HAVA, the Help America Vote Act. And so all of that. I'm trying to figure out where's all of this damn equipment because it was not there, Ms. Richardson. Because, so I got elections on here for a reason.
I've invited Mr. Hurd, who was here earlier. Is he still here?
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay.
So I want to know. Yeah, he's out of the country. You know, he couldn't go during when y'all were gone. He had to leave when y'all. Anyway, and so I put it down. So Mr. Hurd, he was there too. I'm sorry, it was so damn many people there. I forgot because we're in the process right now trying to get all the telecom out of that place that controls our whole road and bridge district. And I think August the 28th was the day. Hopefully, you get a sooner date. but I'm worried about all of that daggum equipment. Y'all have brand new printers, brand new stuff hadn't even been opened, and it had Mr. Scarpello's mark on it saying "Do not move." You got three box cars or whatever y'all call those damn things, storage bins, storage pods, full of shelving, brand new shelving. I'm trying to figure out where's the inventory? What the hell is everybody doing? And then got nerve enough to request some new stuff in the budget. We bought all new shelving for the Elections Bureau. What?
Well, as you know, as you said, we went through the old elections warehouse over on Langdon. And so a lot of that equipment that's been over there for years. We moved, we transitioned from Langdon, from using that warehouse starting in 2019, and they probably really got out of that warehouse in 2021, fully got out of that warehouse in 2021. We started operations in 1520 and in 1460 round table. And so a lot of that stuff that was left in that building were items that when we changed all our equipment, when we were still using and transitioning from our old election equipment, a lot of that stuff, a lot of that shelving that you're talking about, it was purchased for a couple of things. It was purchased for 1520 to bring over to 1520, and we were also in. There was a warehouse space right across the street that we were using and renting also. A lot of that shelving was purchased for that location. We needed more room. The only thing that we had was 1460 round table. So we did not need a lot of that shelving.
That's brand new shelving.
It is brand new shelving. And as far as I know, I left, as you know, around in March of 2020. And so with that, some decisions were made on where things were going to go, how things were going to be set up, the new warehouse. I think we began to purchase 1460 also. So the plans changed to a great deal. And that's why I believe a lot of that equipment just didn't fit into that plan. A lot of those shelving. It was a lot of shelving. And we have used and utilized a lot of the shelving. Those were just some pieces that, couldn't be put into place and couldn't be used.
It's 3 containers full.
Yes, sir. I'm aware. Believe me, yes, I'm aware. And we've surplused it. We marked it for surplus. I know over a year ago, we did the forms and everything for it. And we just didn't know what to do with it. And I guess no one could really tell us what could be done with that information also. I started back a little over a year ago in the elections department in a records and HR standpoint, and I've kind of helped in trying to figure out where this stuff needs to be put. It's kind of late then because they've been sitting there for years already with nowhere to go and nowhere to really use it.
You don't see a need for it in the future?
Well, there's no, we ran out of space so quickly in 1520 when we moved there. And when we expanded to 1460, we didn't have room for it. We ordered more shelving for that space, also different kinds of shelving. And we also already had shelving, I forget the name of the building that we used across the street, but it was a huge warehouse that we had to utilize because we just didn't have enough space. And so a lot of that shelving and equipment was brought over to 1460,
right.
The newest warehouse.
But you didn't bring it back out to Langdon, to 1506. And my problem is that you still got 3 pods full of brand new equipment. And I haven't even gotten into the printers. And I mean, maybe the printers are obsolete now, but brand new Minotes. I mean, and of course, I guess we've contacted ES&S about that other equipment, because we said if they didn't get it by a date certain, we were going.
It was going to be left there
to be destroyed.
Yes.
But Mr. Bazan, I know that you were looking at Mr. Bazan, I know you were looking for shelving at one point in time for the 10th floor of the criminal courthouse, all those boxes. We still have any need for it now? Coming on.
Let me think about that. That's a great idea, sir. And Mr. Marr and I were just communicating. I think that we could find use for it.
Yeah.
We'll just have to take a look at it.
Yeah, okay, good, thanks.
Okay, bottom line though, are we going to be ready for the next election coming up?
As I said, I'm here in the capacity of HR and records management. And that's probably a question for Ms. Melissa Cooley. She's the Assistant Elections Administrator. But from my standpoint, yes, we are doing a lot to prepare ourselves and be ready for that election.
Mr. Bazan,
And I say that with confidence.
Could we use some of it at the bio lab or the new EOC or one of our sub courthouses?
Let me assess it with the team just to see what
could Parkland use it?
There's no doubt, Judge, we can find a use for it. Let us just assess what we have, look at the specifications, and we'll report back.
Okay, great.
Mr. Price, tell me about these printers. I don't know about these.
Brand new Minoltas, crate printers that are wrapped up still, brand new. Never. Oh, it was some
Dozens?
pallets. Huh?
Dozens then.
Oh, yeah. It was pallets.
What were they bought for? Do you know?
Well, those printers, they may have been printers used for making ballots, for preparing ballots, and printing ballots on demand. That was equipment, as I said, when we were transitioning to our new equipment, a lot of the older stuff that we were supposed to get became obsolete.
Yeah.
We've got, I don't know how many hundreds of iPads that we bought as our first e-poll books. They're just sitting there because they cannot be used because the old vendor has locked them. So there's a lot of things that when we transition our new equipment, when I say equipment, I mean elections equipment like e-poll books.
How many unused iPads do we have?
I believe it approximately 1,000. I forget how many
It
we
was
bought from
more
tenants.
than that. We destroyed.
Now the laptops are different.
Oh,
yeah, the laptops are different. There were some e-poll. Those were the e-poll books we had before we went to 10X, the iPads.
All right, so let me get a better idea. Let me stop you at printers. So the printers, can they be repurposed for any purpose, or are they specialized doing ballots?
No, they're not. They can be used for other things. They can be repurposed.
God, we need some.
Well, we started going to network printers around the county so that we don't have individual printers at every desk. So we got away from that. So I would probably figure out.
iPads could be used like for something, right?
Oh, I'm sure we or either that or give it to a school or something. We have to figure out if they work and what the capacity is. But I'm sure there's a use for those.
Mr. Baldor's back there raising his hand. Ooh, me.
He'll take some.
Yeah, right.
So the problem with that, I apologize and I hate to interrupt, but from what I understand, when we transitioned away from 10X, that break was fairly negative breakup in that relationship. And so when they locked them, nobody, I guess they locked them in a way that they could not be turned back on except for by 10X.
Yeah, that was
iPads, yes.
We hear some of that in executive session.
We would have to ask them or arrange for them to unlock those units.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well, that wasn't a good relationship.
No,
but I remember there was some agreement when we ended that relationship. We need to go back and review that.
Right.
And Dr. Garcia is right. We talked about the executive, so let's put it on executive session for the next meeting to discuss that.
And see how we repurpose all that, and we will keep Mr. Baldor in mind.
Yeah.
So
that leaves us with what else?
With the so the printers are, like I said, these are new printers on the pallet, so they're no.
Probably something we donate to a school or something like that. We don't have printers at every desk. It's just expensive. the cost of that is just outrageous in terms of ink, paper, and all of that. We got away from that. So that's why we have those network printers in most of the offices. So again, that could be a donation thing that the court gives to a school or something like that. Let's review them and see how we can use that.
Again, look at some of them for, like, okay, EOC, Biolab. You've got pods of people that are small enough to where one of those might be their network printer. And then schools.
Yeah, definitely.
Well,
I
but
think
I'm-
that's a good
I'm
idea,
still-
but first we have to go to executive and see what we can do.
But I'm still back to, we got some other issues. What did we purchase with the HAVA money? That's number one. Do we know? Do we know what we purchased with that HAVA money? Because I saw the same thing with those curbside voting thing. What did we purchase? Where is the inventory? Because I'm not seeing the inventory with regards to that. And then of course, I've got a whole thing here of 2 or 3 pages of stuff that the HAVA CARES Act money, the HAVA program income funding, what we bought, and I'm talking about September 2020. Got it right there. We spent upwards, I know of at least $500,000 easily. The auditor, when is the last time? I know you just got it, Mr. Hicks.
And Commissioner Price, did you give the list of questions to Ms. Cuba and Mr. Hurd so they can look into it? So you will have those answers?
We communicate with Mr. Hyder. These are questions that we have taken. Me? My staff. Yeah. And have assembled in terms of, asking both everybody from Mr. Frosch, to Dr. Watkins, to Mr. Hicks.
Well,
with
I
regards
think
to technology.
they can go through all this equipment. Obviously, this didn't happen. It happened a year ago or so, Ms. Cuba?
Speak a little bit to the 2020, I mean, in terms of what was purchased at that point in time is the voting equipment we're using currently. So our ESS equipment.
Stop. What are you saying?
You were asking what was purchased with the money in 2020.
Right.
Right? So the voting equipment that we're using currently, the ESS equipment was purchased with that, as well as our mail ballot sorter machine that we use actively for every election. And there were some curbside cards that were purchased, the medical cards that we use. We are looking to transition away from that type of cards. We purchased, I believe, 150, and we only have like 137 that are working condition right now. But also based on feedback from some of the poll workers, they're kind of top heavy. They don't take all of the equipment with them. It's just the voting machine. They still have to carry the poll book out there. So there's some things that we're looking at that we put in the budget to request to kind of explore curbside cards that are a little more all-inclusive and also weather protected, because that's one of the big things. We don't have a way to protect the equipment and to keep covering for people while they're voting and make sure that they rise up to the car levels and things like that. So we did put a request in the budget for exploring curbside options that are a little more feasible for the poll workers and also for the voters.
So can I ask you a question, going back to the printers and the shelving and the iPads? I know the iPads they were here before you even got here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the shelving, were you here when we bought that shelving? You, Ms. Cuba?
I'm not sure if the only shelving that I know of that was purchased was when they were remodeling the 1460 warehouse. And so that was kind of coordinated through the contractor and with Mike and county admin, and they were working out that layout. We took the contractor over to Langdon and did a walkthrough and dig tag some items, including some tables that we took over and some other items to move them into the new warehouse that they incorporated into that design. But there were some things that maybe based on the layout they were putting together and the need that we had in terms of storage that didn't work, so they didn't bring everything over.
And when did we buy these printers? Is this a function? I mean, when we bought these printers, they're not sitting there because the county decided to save on paper and network like we're doing. Why aren't y'all using the printers again?
So these are ballot on demand. They were purchased for the purpose of ballot on demand. And what ballot on demand is basically you can print a paper ballot rather than using the machine. And all I know, because I wasn't here really at that time, but they were purchased and never put in the field and never used. We never have used a ballot on demand solution. And it's really,
I was just saying,
it was intended to be used at the early voting locations, and I think that maybe with the transition of the voting system, it's really unnecessary because all of our voting equipment, you can vote on the machine and we can do it countywide. And so when you transition from a precinct-based location to a countywide, all of your ballot styles are included in that equipment.
I understand that from the print, but what's the physical inventory controls that the auditor has a chance to track what we've been buying in terms of equipment?
Yeah, we actually met with the auditor a little bit, I think, at the end of last year. And so we have all of our equipment is tagged, and we have an asset inventory system. And so we've got it all there. And if something is in repair need, et cetera, then we have a...
The past audit.
Yeah, that's past auditor.
Right.
So you met with Mr. Hicks?
No, I'm sorry. It was with the team from the auditor department, and the last year, I think the end of last year, they came over.
But if someone asks right now for the inventory control, my person, Ms. Crawford, my auditor, has it. He gets a chance to check off on it. I'm looking for it for elections.
Yeah, we can export that out of our asset inventory system. We gave them, they asked for a sampling, I believe, when they did the audit that just happened. And so we gave them random sampling of each equipment type, and then they went in and did some spot checking on that. So that's available.
So, Mr. Hicks, I take it you got a copy of that, or
Somewhere.
I haven't been able to review that at this time, but that was one of the procedures for the internal audit that was conducted in the elections audit that was just recently completed.
When was it recently completed?
I believe this month we have a draft report on deck, or maybe it was last month.
I think so, yeah. And they
last month,
came in to our office sometime in the beginning of the year or late last year, I recall.
So it's available for us to get it?
Yes.
Okay. Want it.
I want it.
It'll be distributed to us all.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
My staff did that. This is the part of what this is. This Commissioners Court briefing here was to have a CARES Act, the court order.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that audit that just finished should be ready pretty soon, right? And
No, he said it's ready.
Well, I mean, they're already communicated to see if the audit is okay with the elections department. That's
But
part
what
of the
each
process.
but
And
what
it
each
should have all this, right, Mr. Hicks?
Correct.
Okay.
What each commissioner has is a total initial cost from that 2020 of $2,136,000 spend. That's what each one of us now have, and it breaks it down. This is all of that is however money, and I guess what, like I said, I don't know if Mr. Hicks needs a copy of this to be able to compare it against.
Well, let's back up a bit. So inventory is not the responsibility of the auditor's office. When you look at the statute, it's really in another department, and we verify. It's purchasing.
Okay.
So we work with purchasing, and we also are responsible for verifying the inventory reports that the departments put forth. And so as part of the internal audits, they go out and they do a limited procedure where they're testing and sampling only a small percentage of the total inventory. They're not conducting full physical inventories for all departments.
So somebody's going to talk.
I agree with the statute states, but prior to Mr. Hicks' arrival, I had a discussion with a prior auditor, and we had some a discussion on we had a third party that was doing inventory, and it was a substantial cost to Dallas County.
We had a third party doing it?
We had a third party that we brought in every year when I arrived that was doing inventory throughout the organization. So I need to meet with Mr. Hicks. I see a calendar invite that he's placed on for this week, so I think we want to have that discussion before we get too far in the weeds on this publicly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Well, I just know there's a request on budget. I know there's a spend, and I'm still seeing equipment that is just stacked up when we keep talking about, you know, the taxpayers. I'm not understanding based on the request and based on what was in that, you know, that 2020 court order and how much that $2 million we've spent. And so is all of that equipment in play?
I believe, I'd have to double check with everything on the order. I think the one thing is there are some brown carts that we do not utilize, and if the ballot on demand equipment is on there, we've never utilized that. I can tell you those two things. But as far as the poll books, the voting equipment, the DS200s, the cradle points, the mail ballot sorter, and the central count equipment, all of that is equipment that we still use. And the 150 of the medical card, curbside cards.
Commissioner, if I may, for the ballot on demand printers, we during that time between 2019 and forward, we bought a lot of equipment, and there's a lot of money that we're buying the actual election equipment. And so for those printers, we did buy some additional ballot on demand printers. What may in fact be in those boxes that we saw may be the old printers that were supposed to be picked up, because ES&S was supposed to get all of their equipment. They still had quite a bit of equipment still left there that I think they had a subcontractor that did not pick a lot of that stuff up. And so what may in fact be in those boxes it may be the repackaged old printers, because they look pretty much alike. They were pretty much alike. So for both systems, they were just upgraded. So they may not be.
Have we given ES&S a notice that we got this stuff, and if they don't pick it up by a day certain, that we are going to dispose?
In meetings with Mr. Hyder and the executive management staff, that has been discussed, and he did state.
Only discussion.
He's done that. He's done it, yes, sir. He has done it.
Okay, and what's the date certain?
That I don't know.
I have to go back to my emails. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Need to send us a copy, Ms. Richardson and all of us a copy of that email. We're trying to judge Curtis House because we're ready to get that place demolished, number one. Like I said, we know we got AT&T in there. Mr. Reed and to dominate, they bought out the mobile shredder, took out 217, thereabout, computers, destroyed all of those disks. We got all of that. Like I said, what's left out there is ES&S, these dadgum the shelving. But there's this question, this election stuff, Mr. or Ms. Cooper, whoever. There's a lot of issues here, and I don't know if you've seen it, that I still have questions about. And I've got people still complaining about the transparency and their information that is still being accessed on these portals.
Are you referring to the poll books?
Yeah.
No. After a couple of elections ago, after we met here previously, we no longer import that information to the vendor. So it's not, the only information that is on the poll books currently is the information that is publicly accessible in any kind of vote. We're required to have the names of the poll workers and their address. And so their phone numbers, their birth dates, their email addresses, those are not imported into the system at all. Now, when a poll worker comes in, if they don't locate themselves in the poll book and they're adding themselves new, those fields exist as optional for them to complete. They're not required to complete those. So if somebody chooses to include that information, it will be on there. But as far as what we import at the beginning, we have blanked out all of those fields for the last couple of elections at a minimum, since the request came over, so that's
Okay,
no
so
longer an issue.
the removal process, according to section 3202, the grounds for removal, notification procedures, timeline in the removal process, criteria for upon replacement, et cetera, all that's compliant.
In terms of removing a judge at a location? Yep, this is for the upcoming election specifically, it's a state and federal election, and so basically the parties will be submitting any replacement appointments for vacancies that they have on our current list of appointees, and then we'll be providing that to the court. I believe we're planning to bring it, I think, September 3rd, but don't quote me on that. I believe that's our plan. And then if you guys are responsible for appointing them, I mean, at this point, you know, we have the city elections in the county, and as a county, you guys appoint anyone who's working in November as presented by the parties, so.
And you keep, you know, you just kind of, are we ready for November 5th? Do we have enough equipment? And I sent y'all a deal to ask you to arrange these polling, because we're spending a lot of money on some polling places that I've historically said, at least in my district, were unnecessary. I've got some cities that want to move it around, and the cost, I'm calculating $5,000–6,000. The costs just seem to be abhorrent to me, based on the utilization of some of these polling places. So when are you going to publish all of that so that we can get our hands on it?
So we're going to bring all of the polling places, I believe the same day we're bringing the workers on September 3rd. And we've been, you know, we've had requests, I think, from individual offices, and everything that's been requested from the commissioners, we're adding to that list to bring to the court for an overall approval of all the locations. My team's been doing surveys for these requested additional locations. So they've been out in the field last week. They've worked with some of your staff and also Commissioner Summerman's staff.
It's elections is on here, Miss.
Understood, but this is a matter that would be of interest to the public, and it's broader, we're going broader than the items listed.
Next time you have to put polling locations.
Well,
Isn't that part of elections?
Well, no,
It doesn't say polling locations. Okay, Commissioner, now you went through privacy, election, judge removal process.
yeah, it's and then we've talked about it, but I guess the explanation of the removal process again is.
Yeah, specifically on election day, the code states that we have, after a verbal warning, if there's a need to remove a judge for, you know, some sort of a reason, then the county clerk, which in our instance is the administrator, has to go through the party chair of that person's party and in coordination with them, so has to have their okay basically to remove that person from the location.
So in order to remove an election judge on election day, the Democratic or the Republican Party had to work with elections administrator in order to do that on that day.
Yep, and we've had good working relationships with both parties in the past, so.
So are you telling me, and I guess that's what I'm saying, these email addresses on election judges, the GOP between June 26th and July 3rd, 2024, how did they come into the company of that information, those emails?
We're not sure. We don't have that answer. I mean, that's an answer that they would have to give us. We don't.
Well, they had to get it. No, they got it came from elections. It came from.
That's kind of an assumption, right? I can't say where they got it from without them telling us, because I'm not in their system, and so I can't tell you where it came from.
But for me to be able to say June 26th through July 3rd, apparently I've got some access. So I'm trying to figure out how they got their hands on it.
We'd have to ask the party. I'm sorry, I can't answer that. I don't have the information.
Are you going to tell me that you get a breach? They didn't get it from the other party. They didn't get it from the election judges. And for me to know exactly by emails, and you telling me I gotta go ask them, you know, who stole the cookie from the cookie jar? Is that what you're telling me?
I think stating that there is a breach and assuming it came from us is an assumption, and we're not at a place to make that kind of assumption in this moment. For us, you know, we can look at our systems and look at our security in place in that, but in terms
You
of
can look at what?
our systems that they have access to and the security that's in place on that, but in terms of, you know, calling it a breach, that has to have some assumption that we know that it came from our system, and we don't know where it came from at this point. So I'm not going to publicly speak in any kind of an assumption at this point.
Commissioner, we can look into that.
Thank you.
Yes, we'll look into that. Okay.
Thank you. I mean, you know, you can't keep just throwing your hands up and say, you know, the overall privacy issue is that, you know, e-poll books currently list information, making it accessible to over, you know, 1,000 judges and clerks, okay? Are there any instruction that these workers on the use of information for personal use, since it was brought up to the department's attention? What have we done to put them on notice with regards to these e-poll books?
We removed the information from the poll books that the poll books information, the emails, etc. We've removed those already. They don't exist. The only information about the poll workers that's in the poll book is publicly available information that anyone from the public has the right to access.
Okay.
What I am going to do, Judge, because like I said, you know, I'm just on the fly. I'm memorialize this department like everything else. Going to, you know, give this to them and ask them about the next, put it back on the next docket, and I will put November 5th on the next docket and ask that we get a response in writing to all of that information.
Thank you so much, and for being here. There's a story under privacy, I think I can put this. There's a story today in Dallas Morning News about 1 million voters being on the suspender list. If you can add to the Commissioner Price list, how many of them are in Dallas County?
Sure.
I will appreciate it. Thank you so much to both of you for being here today. And once you have those answers, send it to all of us. It will save us time if we do this in advance, but that's...
Yeah, but let me just tell you, again, just like you didn't know about the June 26th, the July 3rd, the runoff information was not removed. We saw it. So,
I'll pull that file and double check that because
do what now?
I'll double check that file and see. What you may have seen was the people who added themselves in. And like I said, if they put their information in there at the vote center, then it will show up because that's an option for them to do so. So I'll pull that data that was sent over and confirm that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Koo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, budget.
Okay, budget.
Go ahead, Dr. Watkins. Give us all those great news.
You have it, Aaron? Okay. So, last time I was before you was June 18th. And so this is primarily to get us ready for the last quarter of the championship, our fiscal year. Yay. And so just to bring, is right? Okay, so this is there you go, Mr. This is just a recap. In the essence of time, I'll kind of go through this first part because you guys have seen this. The general fund budget is primarily supported by property tax, 64%, and by reimbursement, fines, and fees, 36%. Of course, we are transitioning, the big discussion has been transitioning from ARPA funds this year. This is our first year in preparation and planning for it. This came up a couple of times through our planning. Unspent funds, what happens with the unspent funds? Keep in mind, we don't keep unspent funds in the budget. We reappropriate those for the new budget year.
Dr. Watkins, before you go any further, does that help back up? Is that true to today still 6436 because fines and fees, not this court, but prior court, they have basically said, we're not going to worry about fines, don't fine people, et cetera. I mean, we've set up, we've put an aura out there that, kind of does not encourage fines and fees. And so is this still true, given that, in terms of collecting?
So this isn't collection, this is certified revenue. So I'll have to give you an update on what we're collecting as far as what was projected as a certified revenue and what was actually collected. And then that will be a different percentage. Is that what you're asking, Commissioner? Okay, so I'll have to give you an update on that.
Okay.
So this was the base projection based on our 10.5% and how we got to our percentage as far as reserve policy, shortage deficit based on 10.5% of reserve policy. These are some of the activities we discussed last time to get us to where we are. Based on some of the cost savings we discussed, which is on some of the slides that's after this, we'll have a remaining projection of 4.9 based on some of the cost savings we have achieved since the last presentation when we look at the 10.5% of the FY24 budgeted expenditures.
So what I just read that to say is we're still 5 million in the hole this year.
Projection. We're projected.
And that will roll over to next year, true? If the projection happens?
So I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic.
Yeah, we're basically managing that down, pay period by pay period.
Yeah, so we're looking at it pay period by pay period. So drivers of the budget, this was discussed last time. Last time we used through April and first period of May. So we have up to date through July, first pay period. By the time we do I sent you guys all ARPA positions, budget calendar, in this presentation. Mm-hmm. So by the time we get to the baseline discussion, August 20th, you have work sessions. We'll have a better number as far as the year-to-date expenditures because those will be updated this weekend, Friday.
And Commissioner, you can say, I think Judge and I had this conversation early on. He said, well, we're not going to realize it this year. Not true. We're realizing it pay period to pay period. And the Sheriff's Department is here. We're in compliance. I just talked about the fact.
I'm pleasantly surprised.
Well, that's it's
kudos to you.
No, well, it's management, and I appreciate them. My point is.
Oh, we appreciate you.
The point is that pay period to pay period, and for those of you who were concerned that it was a sleight of hand going from overtime to compensatory time, we're tracking that as well.
And what's the answer? Do we know yet?
Yes. Oh yeah, we got that answer.
Please tell us.
So we share the data with your staff.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a trailing based on the changes that occurred. So you saw an uptick, and then you saw it go down for the month of July. Right. I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but I'll share it with. I thought I shared it with most of you guys, but I'll share the updated presentation.
Most of us?
I thought I did, because we talked about it in jail sanitation, Dr. Daniel.
Okay, thank you.
It did seem to me, though, that while overtime went down, that comp time went up. Is that right?
Not commensurate.
Right, not the same amount, but that there was a down in overtime and an up in comp time. Is that right?
There was an uptick. So the thing is,
it was de minimis. Come on, I mean, I'm not gonna let you. Dr. Watkins, when we sat down and looked at that, it was de minimis in terms of what has historically happened with compensatory time.
Would you both agree? And I'm asking, I'm not trying to make a point. I'm asking. Would you both agree we don't know enough yet to see where the projections will be for next year, or do you think you can project it?
Oh, I think that's the reason when I did the report earlier, I talked about the 2 prisons closing, number one, and I didn't even talk about the workforce that the Texas Department of Criminal Justice is experiencing. And I know it's summer, they don't have air conditioning. I know how they try to manage that. But what I'm telling you is that 2 weeks ago, when they didn't pick up but one person, we usually send anywhere from 60 to 70 to 100 people who have been adjudicated. And as I said, 6,600 people last night, and I'm still watching the overtime. They are making it work, and we're still in compliance.
Question, with the overtime, how could it be that the new system didn't stop it? Shouldn't it be recorded as it was happening, Commissioner Price?
What new system?
I know that the fusion system, can manage overtime. And they should know within the system that it could
Fusion,
be stopped.
I'm sorry.
And I know it's different from fusion, but within the jail system, there's what I understood, some features, Mr. Auditor, that can stop, once it gets to a certain amount, and that we can use it if it's installed correctly, which is not.
No. That's mobile, and again, Mr. Lewis, is he here? That is the mobile.
So that
go ahead on.
That's telework. That's a system that we don't have in place today that we are looking to install, that we can be able to leverage the system to put those checks and balances in place.
Right. Excellent.
That's
So
not in place.
let me see if I phrase this. It's set up to be installed, but it's not installed yet.
Right.
Did I get that?
It's a 4 to 5 months. But in the meantime, Lester Lewis said that we already own the app on what we call mobile sign-in. And over the last 3 or 4 weeks, he's been testing. He's tested in the Sheriff's Department, he's tested in the Constable, and we're ready to go forward with that app, which helps us until we get the Telstar system in place.
All right, so what I'm trying to do is figure out how big the hole is going to be next year. Okay,
Correct.
Looks like we have things in
$5 million.
No. I mean to say this. We're going to have an overtime problem next year, right?
We've had an overtime problem every year for the last 4 years.
Yeah, but this year was 34 million in 3 months.
Yeah. Now I'm looking for what's it going to be? What's going to be the overtime bill next year? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
You can't figure it. What I'm telling you is if we keep managing, I just told you, with prison, let me tell you something. We're lucky if we just stay in compliance.
Well, I appreciate all those compliance issues, and I appreciate the sheriff's good efforts in trying to control this.
Commissioner Price.
But my job is to try and figure out next year's budget, and right now, I'm staring at a $36 million hole if I reproduce what we did this year into next year.
No, you're not. You're not staring at a $30 million.
If I may.
Okay.
What we look at is the history of where overtime has been.
Exactly.
Right? Now, based on that, we have to work with sheriff and juvenile for them to put forth what their projections will be for the upcoming year based on multiple factors, mentioning like the 2 jails that have closed, prisons that have been closed.
Fine.
The staffing level.
I understand it's hard.
All of that. Right?
I got it. It's hard. When are we going to get the number?
So that's a part of the budgeting process. So we won't have that until a couple months from now.
Okay.
Well, we need to have a number for the budget, which we're going to be producing in the next.
Because here's what we did. We predicted this last year that it's going to be $5 million. We put in a $5 million overtime, and then in the middle of the year, oh my God, it's 40. Now it looks like it might be 36. Okay, but I'm expecting some real good predictions for next year, and I'm looking at sheriff and y'all to tell me what that's going to be, because right now in my head it's a $36 million abyss.
Especially if we don't have, and just to follow Commissioner Sauerman, especially if we don't have installed yet
Yeah.
everything that we need to stop it logically with a machine.
I thought, like Commissioner Garcia, that had already been in place.
No, we were, he briefed us here and told us it was a 4 to 5 month install.
So it's not even going to be ready until sometime in the beginning of next fiscal year.
Correct. And that's what it would take to go through another 30
No.
million.
And that's the
That's
reason.
incorrect.
That is incorrect.
Yeah, we know that overtime is going to be a part of the expenses for Dallas County. Now, how much is it over budget depends on how much we budget.
Well, of course, but I'm not looking for an over budget. I'm
Yeah,
trying
we're
to
looking
get
for a
an
budget.
accurate number for next year. I don't want to be slammed into the same hole I was this year, where we said 5 million and come to find out it's 40, now looking like 36.
You keep saying 40. We showed it. We cut it
34.
down 50% in one damn pay period. Stop saying 40.
I think we look at the
cut it-
number.
He says 40, he's not talking about overtime. He's talking about the big.
No, he's talking about
Overall.
overtime.
What we have here.
He's talking about overtime.
I think what we do is we look at the savings that we're going to realize over the next 2 or 3 pay periods, and then we annualize that for the whole year, and that will probably be our number for overtime. I'm thinking we've saved how much over the last 2 pay periods?
So we're gonna do a projection when we sit down and look at
30
it
million.
through July, year to date. We'll have an updated number for you. This isn't new as far as the budget, as far as projection. We do this, and so this isn't foreign.
No, but
It's not
but it was
foreign.
way off this last year.
It was way off. It's about management. Goes back to what Commissioner Price says. We're aware of it, and they've put the things in place as far as management. Some of the things with the sheriff's budget, you know, there's unique things. The reason why the budget is the budget. Okay, so I think there's some other discussions we can have when I talk to you guys as far as how to make sure we have a plug in there for overtime, and I'm okay with that.
Let me ask Sheriff, do you all have a prediction yet of what you think the overtime number is going to look like next year? When do you think you will know?
Ask Commissioner Price.
No, I mean, no, I just.
When would you
again,
have it, Commissioner
Well,
Price?
No. I think, no. Take the average. I'm gonna go back to what we said earlier.
We would take
where
the average over the last
There you go.
3-6 pay periods to get us a number, because that's more of a true reflection of what the budget would be. You wouldn't use those outliers like we had a March and an April. So we would do an estimation to say this would be a fair number as far as the estimation for the projection for budget.
Do you think that that's a fair way of doing it?
Commissioner, for the last.
I'm asking Sheriff if he thinks that that's an accurate way of coming up with the overtime number for next year is the way it was just described.
Mr. Simon, you're the budget man over there.
Please come forward.
And identify yourself, please.
Daniel Simon, I'm sorry.
Good morning. We never had this overtime budget right.
Exactly.
It was just an estimation, so we don't know how next year going to look like.
Okay, what I heard you just say is, you have no idea how much overtime is going to be next year, and you have no way of figuring that out. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it was all done by budget office.
Okay, no, I know, I understand that we were way off this year, and I'm not looking for rearward-looking problems, I'm looking for forward-looking solutions. So what I'm asking you is, can you tell me what next year we're going to spend approximately, real close, as best you can, in overtime? Can you do that? Is that
Yes,
possible? Okay,
yes.
how do we do that?
We can look into previous year's history and come up with a number. Yes.
That's what Dr. Watkins, over the last 2 or 3 years, we've always programmed overtime. What has been the average?
It's 5.5 million.
Okay.
And then we hit it out of the ballpark at what number this year?
So keep in mind, some of that was offset by ARPA dollars the last 2 or 3 years as far as overtime. 1 year was 10 million, 1 year was 15 million. And so I think what you guys are asking is, hey, what's going to be a true reflection of overtime across the board?
Yep.
FY '25.
For the entire county.
Yeah,
Now,
for
listen,
the
I'm not
entire
asking
county.
for sheriff to tell me the entire county. I'm asking for
Right.
sheriff to tell me sheriff, to
So
be
we'll
clear.
give you an estimate for the entire county.
And when do you think you'll have that?
It's part of your baseline, Commissioner.
When do you think you'll?
August 20th.
Thank you.
Okay.
God bless.
So
Thank
on
you.
overtime for next year, I think what we've learned now, I think Commissioner Price and the team there are doing a good job cutting it. But we've always put into our budget, predating you being the budget director, a number that is far lower than what we actually see, right? So for next year, let's try to make our best guess on what the number will actually be, right?
Okay,
And
keep
Jim-
in mind, this comes with the tax rate, the property tax rate. When I present you a budget, you're gonna have options, okay? And so we budget for full-time positions with the idea that those are gonna be filled. And then if they're not filled, then you may see a uptick in overtime. But we will have that number for you.
But also, and I'm back to the fact that, again, we still talk, I've been around here, I've never seen 2 prisons closed. That's number 1. Number 2, they are having real workforce issues. And I'll know in the transfer here, you know, what's going on. That's gonna come back, it's coming back to us. We're at midnight count 6,600. We're only authorized for 71. And so what I'm saying, even when I talked about those boats earlier, that's 88 additional people who are not in that equation. And if the population continues to back on us, and we, unfortunately, that's overtime money. Now, we're still managing it. And I hear you, Commissioner Summer, we're not dismissing, but in one pay period, we cut it 50%. And then I know, then that's when you said, well, let's look at the
Comp.
And we looked at comp, and it was no place close to it. So but the sheriff's department is managing. They probably as much as any department, and Mr. Martin was on the call as well, in terms of knowing those daggum rules about that compensatory time. They're driving, because here we go with that county time stuff.
Versus, and that's part of the HR policy work session you guys are
Revision.
gonna have with Mr. Wilson, and we're trying to set that up for each one of you guys. Another thing, keep in mind that we always have budgeted with a 1 to 48. One of the approaches that we've had with the chiefs is to sit down and say, what's the true number? Should it be 1 to 35? Should it be 1 to 40? And so that's the ratio.
I don't know these numbers you're saying, 1 to 35, 1 to 40. What are you saying there?
Explain it. 1 to 48 is the Texas Commission on Jail Standards.
I guess you know.
Okay.
I understand the reference.
And what she's saying from a budget perspective is that given everything from a line of sight on back, they can't make 1 to 48 work.
I got it now.
That's part of the discussions we've had with them, is that we may need to approach it differently this upcoming year. Give me a number that is reflected of what you truly need. Plus, because of COVID, there have been some processes that they've changed that's outside the 1 to 48. Exactly. And so there may be a need for additional staffing in that area as well. So I don't think we've done a good job of addressing that through the process. And so that's my hope as well.
And we challenged them, because when Chief said, I need a extra 120 people just to be in compliance with all these Texas Commission on Jail Standards, I said, how did you arrive at that? Mm-hmm. And we vetted it out. And then that's when Dr. Watkins says, well, apparently 1 to 48 is not going to work. Is it 1 to 35? Is it 1 to 32? You got to give us a number, and we're going to budget to it. That becomes the baseline.
Correct.
But it's just like, again, we know we're pushing up on 500 people with classification. The problem with that is, even with the variants and the boats, if we get pushed by the Texas Commission on Jail Standards back, those 88 people, all overtime. They're not in the equation. We didn't expect them to be in the equation, but we've got to stay in compliance so they don't shut
Correct.
us
So
down.
at the end of that is 1 to 48 still, right?
So correct. So what we have still, what we're budgeting is 1 to 48, but I'm not sure if that's the right number to be budgeting for. And that's part of the problem, that I think you get a better reflection of what the staffing should be if you understand what each level, because there's a ratio that's required if it's a female versus a male. All these differences, we need to take those in consideration as well.
And again, back to what Commissioner, and there are legitimate deals. I don't know how you missed, because remember I jumped up when they said 4 to 5 months for an install on that Telestar, whatever. It's part of Kronos. I thought I saw Lester. Am I losing my? There you are. Come forth, man. On the mobile thing, the mobile swiping. We've got the license. You've done the testing. You've done all of that with regards to it. And are we ready to deploy? And does that not help us where Commissioner Summerman is going in terms of this time regulation? It ain't the same as, I know, Telestar or whatever you is.
Commissioner Lester Lewis, Director of ERP. It's, telestaff, and we are ready to deploy.
Why we didn't do it before if we have the application and we knew that could be a challenge, Mr. Lewis?
I can't answer that question, Commissioner. I'm not sure. We've had those licenses even in the old version of Fusion and Chronos, so it's just a tool we weren't using.
And was never, put forward as a priority.
Y'all make me sick. You know why we weren't using it?
Why? I want to know.
Yeah, somebody in the auditor's office named Janet Butcher. Okay, now.
Janet Butcher.
What?
It's been going
We've
forever.
we've had the license that long.
And
Dan, I'm lost on this point. Tell me what happened with Janet. What's her name? I don't even know her.
She don't want us to call name. Okay,
she retired, and that caused it not to happen.
No, before that, and she was driving utilization. It's just like in the audit budget office, we were using 40% of Oracle. Am I not correct?
Oh, from the old EBS system.
But
yes.
that's the old system, Commissioner. We have a new system
I
now.
understand.
That Janet Butcher was not here in the worst transition we ever had.
You're not. How long have we had the license on mobile swiping?
Then shame on us for not putting it forward.
You damn right. Shame on you.
Because what I'm seeing from this.
How long have we had the license?
Hang on one second, Commissioner. You were saying something?
I was just saying we're kind of deviating.
Yeah, we did.
Yes, we did.
Deviating from what?
Right.
Budget.
This is budget.
All right, let me ask this, though. So you say you're ready to deploy Telestaff.
Yes.
How soon?
What?
Well, we're rather deploy the mobile license, and we can
mobile
do that
license.
today.
That's different.
Okay. How long to deploy? I mean, actually get it going. Is it 4 months still?
I'd say 4 months or less. It really depends what vehicles we're using and how we get access to them. So we got to work with the sheriff's office. But yeah, about
Mr. Lewis, he's talking about Telestaff.
I am.
Correct? I'm talking about mobile swiping. Aren't you ready to?
So the mobile swiping is ready to deploy today, right now.
That's the point. And we said that when he started talking Telestaff. He said it's going to be 4 months or so to do Telestaff. Mobile swiping is ready right now.
Got it. Thank you.
That's what I've been saying. And you've been doing the testing. Where you going? You've been, have you not? I mean, make your case, brother. Make your case. Haven't you been doing the testing?
We've tested from cell phones. We've tested from in the vehicles, and yes, it works. We can do mobile swiping today.
Okay. Yeah. And we have the license. And what else do we need?
We just need to install it wherever we're going to use it at. So we're ready to do that.
And the schedule of deployment. So
yeah.
It's going to take some time. Yeah. You're talking about scheduling and deploying throughout the sheriff's department. You're talking.
Yeah, it'll take a while. Yeah, because you have to get access to the vehicles. You have to work with the sheriff's office and do that part. So that takes a little.
But it's not just the sheriff and vehicles. It's across. We can use. You've done. Did you do councils?
Yes. Yep.
All right, good. All right, so let me go back to overtime. Sorry, didn't
Yeah, no, well,
interrupt
let's
you.
Yeah,
go back
go
to the
ahead.
Yeah,
budget.
so let me go back to this overtime issue.
Okay.
I don't know if you can sit down or not, man. Whatever, you know. Why don't you just stay right there for a second? So when we did the course correction, in other words, when we remanaged this and
Yes.
overtime went down, it went from what to what? In other words, what's the difference in dollars
It was 1.5 million
from?
from 3 million.
Okay, so 1.5. And how much did comp go up? Same
through the-
period.
I don't have that for you, but I can get it for you.
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me, Commissioner.
Altogether, comp and overtime was about 2, is that right? In the period of time in question?
So
in a
keep
month's
in mind,
period?
those are hours and not the actual dollars, right? So you're talking about, let's go back. When we were talking about the actual expense, those were payouts, okay? Let's go back. Is this what you're talking about?
Well, what I'm seeing is about $2 million a month in overtime and comp after the
Is that one?
reassessment, I'll call it.
So you're talking about this one here. So
Yeah.
this was the payout. So what happened was, we used to have comp time figured in with
Yeah.
salaries. So we created the auditor's office, after I asked them, they let me create a separate code for comp payout. Based on that comp payout, we initially said that it would be about 2.3 million.
Per
And
month?
No, through the end of the year.
Okay.
Okay, and so based on the updated projection of what's been spent, it'll be 1.9, so it's a difference of that 393.
Look, I realize
So is that the 2 million you're referring to?
Not really, but let me try it this way. The way I saw it is, since we have reassessed how we do overtime and comp, it looks to me right now this is too small a unit of time to judge it by. I see that, I acknowledge that, and I admit that. But if we did take that small unit of time, it looks like it's going to be about $2 million a month in overtime and comp. Am I right?
I'll have to look at it.
You'll have to look, okay. All right, but if it is, that's $24 million worth of overtime, if I'm right, if I'm guessing right, and that's a guess, I agree.
So you're saying if we paid all of those hours out, which probably
Nope.
won't, because I'm hoping with an updated comp policy that will not occur.
Yeah, it'd be very different if you paid it all out from what I just said. That's a very different assessment.
But, and we know, y'all keep trying to lump all of this on the sheriff's department. Remember, the 40 million is county.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah, okay, and of that, when you, again, I'm back to where you just talked about. If you look at that, look at every daggum department, we published that, and I think about 25 million was sheriff. So then we began to cut it in half. That's kind of where we've been last 4 or 5 years. We've been there. Mr. Hicks, I'm sorry, you just got.
No, I was going to just mention that we're glancing over from a comp time perspective that the controls that are there are really policy driven. So if we move forward with some of the policies that are in line with best practices with most governmental entities, then we'll be able to further reduce the amount of comp time payout.
Like what?
Like putting limits on comp time, making it where comp time has to be utilized before other benefit time, making it where it's comp time is calendar year or fiscal year based and not rolling.
And we're not utilizing any of those right now.
That's not our current policies, and not having comp
Our price,
time
when
be
are you
paid
going to
out.
implement them?
Okay,
No.
so what we're talking about
Bob
here,
Wilson.
though,
Okay.
is that at the presentation of the budget on August the 20th, that you will be taking into account the conversation that we are having right now, right? The concerns about overtime, comp time, number of salaried positions, that will then make up what the budget you're gonna present.
But also, before you go to that, but also, again, the word Mr. Hicks has used, the word that we've been using is policy, policy. We've been on a circular firing squad. Mr. Wilson right now is dealing with, again, let's go back to the sheriff's department. FMLA, great program. Problem is our policy is driving overtime in that area in a way, and it's intermittent primarily. But it's our policy, Commissioner. It's our policy. And Mr. Wilson has acknowledged that, and they are working along with budget and Mr. Hicks on comp, FMLA, policies. We've got policies that are working against us, and let's just get to the bottom line. The employees have picked up on it, and they're gaming us.
Well, the goal is to have those new policies in place by the new fiscal year.
Right.
So you'll have those in front of you within the next 2 or 3 quarters.
So-
Mr. Wilson will have those in front of you.
Right, so the purpose of your work session was to kind of talk through some of this with Mr. Wilson. And so you guys are scheduled for tomorrow. And so he'll be prepared to talk through some of the proposed changes as far as the comp policy to help. And then the overtime definitely will have a projection for next year. What you'll see on August 20th is the baseline to say, if nothing else changed, this is what is going to be presented as far as the proposed budget. Then I'll give you options based on M1 as far as the optional property tax rates to say, hey, if you do this, you can do this. If you do this, you can do that. But what you'll see August 20 starting is the baseline. I'll also give that to you prior to my presentation.
All right, but I'm looking forward at next year's budget. And here's some of the math I see, okay? I see overtime at whatever number that's going to be, 36 million, 24 million, whatever it is, that's going to be a number that was not in this budget, this year's budget, will have to be in next year's budget, $24 to $36 million worth of overtime. Then we're also going to have ARPA positions that could cost us as much as $12 million.
You haven't voted on that,
I
sir.
agree, but could cost us as much as $12 million, hopefully
Yes.
less. And then we also have to pay for next year's broadband, $13 million, that we are not budgeting, that is not in this year's budget, will be in next year's budget, will not be paid by ARP dollars because we used the ARP dollars to pay for the whole from this year. So at the worst, I see that as $61 million in additional costs for next year at its worst
No.
case scenario.
Funny math.
Yeah, no.
Okay, well, tell me how I went wrong.
So when you look at overtime is a byproduct of staffing, right?
Yes.
So if you look at, if there's more overtime being driven, that means there's larger vacancies. So there should be an offset between the vacancies that we experience and the savings from lower
Have
staff.
that this year? What happened this year then? Why didn't we
I
get
have
that
no
offset?
idea what happened this year, right?
Wait, what? Wait,
So-
wait, the auditor
so-
doesn't know what happened this year?
Why not?
Well, he just
He got here 3
got
months
here.
ago.
Hell,
So what I'm saying, and from a budgetary standpoint, right? I didn't build a budget. Right? From an actual standpoint and how the math works, when you have overtime that is driven by staffing, that means you have staffing savings because we budget based on having fully staffed department for the full year, right? So if we don't have fully staffed department, you should see savings from a salary standpoint that offsets your the overtime that's going up.
Dr.
And we do
Watkins, why
see
didn't that
savings.
happen this year then?
That the FMLA
Savings.
drove all the hike.
You will, your budget, we have budgeted salaries and benefits, 571 million. Our projection year-to-date is 487. So you will see some savings, but at the end of the day, staffing is 79% of our total budget is that salary and benefits. So when you do have overtime, it's gonna have an offset to
Wait.
cost us more as far as benefits.
Okay, I'm looking at this graph that you have up there at the top, okay? And it says we budgeted salaries and benefits of 571, call it 572 $1 million. But what we're gonna actually spend is 615 where are the savings that we
That's
had
your
from under?
projection. That's your projection.
I'm gonna say
Look
it's
at your
right.
actuals. Your actual is the middle one. That's 487.
That's to year to date.
Year to date, yes, sir.
So your projection is based upon,
Year to date.
yeah. So if that's right, where are the savings from these salaries that you're talking about? We had budgeted 572. Looks like we're gonna spend 615, no savings in salaries there, and yet here is overtime whacking us to the tune of 36 million bucks.
So overtime does affect your benefits as well. So that does make it go up as well.
Fine.
So the salaries and benefits.
Concede the point. I don't understand.
So what you're looking at is budgets, right? So when you look at actuals, right? So our actuals are behind what
No.
we
These
budgeted.
actuals are only behind because we haven't finished the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when you look at the projected is based on the worst case scenario of the significant run rate that we've been experiencing. We've only, for maybe the last month, have put in place things to lower that run rate for overtime.
But no, but going forward, following Commissioner Sermon's, this is a year-to-date actual. But if the projection is 615, and right now we're at 571, Commissioner Sermon is right. In 3 months, we already passed the projection.
But you keep talking about the 3 months. We got
October 1 is a new year.
Yes, October.
Well,
so this is the middle of August, folks.
Have
You
these
got a month and a half.
Yeah, what he
You got a
said.
month and a
Has
half
the
burn. That's it.
projection's been updated because if this projection turns out to be true, it means that we're gonna spend, what is that? Nearly $50 million in salary.
Yep.
In 6 weeks. Is that right?
And what we're telling you,
And that's exactly what Commissioner Sermon is saying.
and what
right,
I'm
Commissioner?
telling,
So we projected it out through September. So I'll have you updated once the next salaries hit. It'll have the stipend as well, the $4 million we just did on July 19th. So all of that will be figured in as well when you see it on August 20th. As for actuals.
yeah,
Okay.
but
Our average 2-week payroll, including overtime, average. I mean, does anybody have a ballpark of where that would be?
No, not offhand.
All right. Well, let me go back to my question then, okay? So you're saying there's gonna be this great offset because we
I
have,
didn't say a great offset.
Okay, we're
I'm saying
gonna have
when
an
you
offset.
typically, and I'm talking about what you typically see, right? You typically see when you budget for fully staffed, you have vacancies because when you start day one, you're not going to have everybody on the job.
I agree.
Right?
I understand.
So what you typically see is as vacancies stay the same and you have staffing issues that drive overtime, you should see that the vacancies should offset the amount of overtime that's driving up. That's typically what you see, right?
I do not know why that did not exist this year.
We do not. I do not know why that.
Okay.
That's a great change this year.
Hey, can you back up one slide? I'm doing some math in my head. Can you back up one? No, not that far. Back up to the projection.
Right there, right there.
Thank you. That's great.
lag, and what Mr. Hicks is talking about is what we used to traditionally in budget call lag.
Yeah, or vacancy allowance.
I know lag. Okay, so, all right, so do you have an idea for me how these two offset each other so that you can give me an idea of how many dollars we're gonna expend in overtime offset by the savings that we get by the decrease in salaries? See what I'm saying? I'm asking for a number from you based upon the calculation you just gave me.
I do not have that
formula.
number. That's
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, do you disagree that we're going to have some amount that we're going to have to increase for ARPA positions?
Actual number.
Yes.
Okay, and that's our decision, obviously.
Yes.
Okay, could be as much as 12 million is what we currently have on board right now if we keep everybody. Is that right? It's 12 million?
Yes.
12 million if we keep everybody on board. And you agree you gotta pay broadband that we didn't pay this year, that's 13 million, right?
Yes, but is that being paid out of the operating?
Yeah, we took the ARPA money that we were gonna use to pay for it,
We don't have
filled the
ARPA
hole
money
this
coming
year
up.
with it, is the way that we did it. So, all I'm saying is that looks like a big darn number that we're looking at in the, for next year, and we should be doing something about personnel now, so that we can be dealing with that very issue, not the least of which is perhaps eliminating some individuals who are not performing well in this county.
There you go with that again. I knew that's where we're
It's
going.
that again.
And the problem is, you don't let somebody apparently has that issue. The rest of us apparently don't have that. The problem with the sheriff's department, we keep talking about it. The policy around here has worked against us, and we can't blame anybody else except for us. Mr. Wilson said, and Budget, Dr. Watkins has said that they're going to be able to fix the intermittent, going to be able to fix the FMLA policy. The policy is what has been driving the dadgum overtime, primarily. That's what's been driving it. Not FMLA, intermittent FMLA. What we got, 247 people on FMLA, intermittent FMLA. And that's what's been driving the overtime piece so that we can stay in compliance.
And guys, I did some quick math in my head. I was showing it to him. So we have 26 pay periods, right? Okay. So we currently, according to this slide, or one of the other slides, we've spent 487 so far on salary and benefits, right? And that we're projected, our budget projection from last year was 571.
Right.
So I divided 571 by 26, right? And it roughly comes out to 22 million. So we got 3 more pay periods, so I threw that in there. That's 66 million. We got this one-time payment. I forget what that is.
$4 million.
Okay. And then, we got some overtime, whatever, something comes up. And so that you, with the 4 million and the 56 or 57 million, right? Or whatever. You got something
The budget has been saying.
Remember, Commissioner, some of you and I spoke about it. When we looked at total expenditures, it was going to be an overall 34 once you took all of them into consideration. From salary and benefits and operation. Operation is actually hitting 9 million below. So as far as our operations, we're staying in line with our budget.
Based on what you just said,
it's what specifically overtime.
Okay, I don't think Judge heard you, so let's do that again, okay?
So the judge took 487.
Go
He
back to
just
that
took,
slide.
yeah.
Right there,
Oh,
right there.
sorry.
No.
Back, there you
right
go.
there,
Good.
right
Now
there.
tell Judge why it is you have this number of projected 615, 378 as opposed to his number.
Because we just took the total actually divided by the total number of months and multiplied. Total number of pay periods, then multiplied it all the way out
But
to
the
Number
September.
is so different than yours, as 615. and
But see,
his-
he took 26 pay periods.
Yeah, we
He
do it by
divided
month.
into 571, which you had projected. And then he basically said, if you take 3 more pay periods, even the $4 million at 20 million, you're going to be under what's your budget,
You're going to be at $557 million, right?
But
which
hang on a
is
second.
less than 571.
The actuals are through what day?
Through the first pay period in July.
Okay, so that's, again, 3 more pay periods.
It's a little more than that.
It's more than that.
Yeah.
I think we have three pay periods in August, 2 in September, and then the second one.
There's only 20, regardless, 26 pay periods. It
Divide
doesn't
26.
matter. 26 pay periods divided into 570,
And how many pay periods did you?
26.
Did 26.
The reason I did 3 is to haven't we not already done one of the August pay periods?
No,
No.
this
Not on
is
this
only
sheet of
through
paper.
July, the first pay period.
This is
in
only through July.
So there really is 3,
But-
4, 5, 6 pay
It's still
periods left.
26.
That gets you up to your projection, but it gets you nowhere near 615,
No.
right? Because if
No.
we want to add one more pay period, let's add 22 million to 557 million. That's,
And you're going to put us right there, 571.
right, it's your number.
Yes.
No, just away from it.
It's,
No, it's not.
A little bit.
Oh, the
yeah.
Okay, so it's $1 million more, but it's 500. That's probably the 2 million that Commissioner Summerman pulled out of his hand when he did that budget. But $571 million, $571 million, 26 pay periods, and then you take and add in what the judge did. We're at 572, 573.
but keep in mind, this doesn't take into consideration the cost
78.
savings.
Do what?
This does not take into consideration the cost savings.
I got it.
Okay.
Okay, we're back up at your budgeted number.
Yeah,
You didn't just pull that number out of the air.
correct.
Okay, and based on 26 pay periods, he's at 578 million. Okay, and what you were trying to keep it going is that the projection at 615, and what we're saying is nowhere near that.
Let's
Keep
let's
in
keep
mind
going.
too, yeah, and I want to say too, we do budget for salary lag, so we only budget positions for 97.25% of their salary. We do salary lag out of the salary assistance, a negative 1.25%. Okay, so that's the average time. We used to do it at negative 2.25, and then we went down to negative 1.25. So that's our starting point. I'll show you as the baseline what it looks like if we don't do a salary lag and if we do a salary lag. So you can see the difference on August 20th.
Okay, Dr. Watkins, can you keep going with the presentation because we're going to be here all day.
Okay. And this was just the update, just to show you some of the cost savings since we met last. Of course, the juvenile incentive is 7.1. Based on the overtime from the first month, it was 500,000. We moved it to an average of 806,000. I want to thank the Honorable John Warren. I don't know if he's still here, but he met with me and Mr. Martin and my staff and agreed to offset some positions for Records Management Fund, which is $1 million. And I'm asking him, and he probably get me, to see if we can do it more than 1 year, but he has committed to 1 year. So thank him for that. The deferred training program is 1.5 million, which came from Commissioner Summerman. And then the offset of grant, this is Dr. Wong and his staff. They didn't find, but grant offset, were eligible to do some offset that they're going to do, and it'll be included, which is a $1 million offset. The deferred childcare, $1 million, and then the ARPA is what Commissioner Summer was talking about. It's a swap as part of the offset, and then of course the cost neutral for the capital project freeze. So these are the policy recommendations we've gone kind of a lot about. These are strategic recommendations to help with the general fund expenditures moving forward. Human Resources is reviewing and updating compensatory policies and overtime policies. Utilize telestaff, which we talked about. Formalize the closeout. This is really important. And we've met county auditor, purchasing director, budget, and key staff in the different departments to make sure we close out and release those funds. Mr. Hicks is gonna come out with his recommendations as far as moving forward, and then we're gonna have a memo that everyone will see, the closeout schedule, right?
And Judge, let me, we kind of glazed over. Oh, there you are. Okay, you moved around on me. I'm still back to this mobile swiping, this mobile signing, that has the potential to save us dollars, Mr. Lewis. Big dollars. It's just a precursor to tele-staff.
Yes, telestaff is the scheduling component, but yes.
Right. But mobile swiping will give us a more accurate, whether you can do it on your telephones. Does that deployment begin to save us dollars?
It would make tracking time, yes, more accurate because you can do it right from your arm. The second part of that was the replacement of the clocks with the biometric clocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the second part. So then the clocks are biometric, meaning you have to have
Right.
some
So,
physical
and
attribute.
what was the cost on those dadgum clocks?
I do not. I know there's 119 clocks, and I apologize. I don't have that number with me off the top of my head, but I've already discussed it with Dr. Watkins for purchasing those clocks. So that'll be the last part of the deployment.
whole new clock, or can you just purchase a fingerprint add-on?
No, this is a whole new clock, but it's the time is correct because our fleet of clocks is at the end of life anyway. So.
Okay.
I think the will of the court is to hurry up on that because that's
Understood.
That's correct. I mean, amazing that we haven't installed it yet. Moving along, Dr. Watkins.
Okay. So next steps for the,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been there, dormant. Vámonos.
okay, so next steps for the FY25 budget development. So, you got the list, and I wanted to make sure you got the list to see what the strategies were as far as the priorities. And Commissioner Summerlin's talking about the total, if we do all of them. You saw the total, but I did give you a list. The committee did provide their priority list, and that was the combined list of all of the members. Priorities 1, 2, and 3. They could rank them 1 to 5, but the top 3, all of them have 1, 2, or 3. Then you saw where there were some agreement to delete some positions at the bottom of the list. But the total would be, if we did all of them, 11 point something million. That was discussed earlier. Okay, so we did receive our certified tax roll on time. August 6th, which helps us as far as in preparation for the August 20th presentation where you'll see options. What you see on today is the ceiling max tax rate based on the calculated amount from the tax assessor, Mr. Ames, that was provided to us. And then the August 20th to show you the options after I got the certified revenue or the projected revenue, it's not certified yet, from the auditor's office. And that will be part of the discussion on August 20th. What's important for me is for you guys to have an opportunity to talk with Mr. Wilson and us to go through the ARPA positions so that August 7th and 8th, I know a few of you guys may not be able to do 7th and 8th. We're open to move any other days. And it's okay, we don't have to have a quorum. We could do 1-on-1. I think we have 2 scheduled for 1, we have 1, and then I think 2 of you guys still need to schedule something. It gives you an idea to understand what we've been doing as far as the comp policy, and then discuss the ARPA positions. If it's the well and you need us to have the departments there, you gotta let me know. But initially, I just want you to see the list, talk about the performance metrics that we saw, and we'll share the presentation with you for the ARPA positions, okay?
Well, you're not able to find a time where we can all be here, because the problem always bothers me is I just want to make sure we all hear
At the same time?
Hear
If
the
you
same
prefer.
thing. Well,
Okay.
and only reason again, sometime.
I'm okay with changing it. I know for now, only 2 of you are scheduled for tomorrow, so we can see what looks good for you guys next week.
It's okay. I mean, I don't see the problem in doing them separately either way. But it'll probably be more meaningful if you do them separately because they're going to have they're going to have a bunch of questions, right? So a person who has already spent their economic development funds is not going to have the same questions as someone who hasn't, et cetera. I think it's probably
I agree.
best just to do them separately.
I agree. I think that
You're
different
Then if we need to, we can call a special work group
group
meeting.
session.
Okay, I can do both.
No, I agree with the judge. I mean, different, as a chair of facilities, I'm already working with Mr. Bazan, and the facilities department to be sure that you know what is important for the committee et cetera, et cetera. So I agree with the judge. I think separate meetings and then, if necessary, a together working shop will be great.
Okay, and so I do want to reiterate the economic development, the email I sent you. I need to make sure that we have that information so that we'll have a timeline as far as getting it in by September 30th. That's the goal, right?
Right, you gotta do the, not just the goal, the requirement.
It's a requirement.
Have to.
That's my goal.
You sent that email?
Yes, ma'am. It was the one that I sent on Friday.
Okay.
And at the beginning of it, it just talked about just making sure if it does require agreement that we get with the civil DA, and my office can help facilitate that if you need some information to make sure Chief Nicholas and her staff have what they need to get the agreement on.
Well, okay. See, and what I kept hearing the word economic. I thought it was supposed to be an economic driver, and I've heard some things that I'm trying to figure out how do you appendix economics to it. I thought it was supposed to be about economics.
And there was no program designation. It's coming from 196, which is general fund. I think it's more along the lines of what you just said, Commissioner Price, just driving community development, economic development.
I understand.
And that's how it's been practiced too. So, I mean, you have, I'm just like thinking of all the different members' projects, and they all fit that bill.
Okay. I saw some appropriations. I was trying to glean how did economic development come from that as opposed to economic development. Maybe I just don't have a good definition of economic.
It's at the end of the day, it's 196 funds, which are general fund.
I got that, but I thought we had framed it so that it had to be economic.
There was no specific policy developed. We developed internal controls for that, but
okay, got it.
Okay, and so we'll still schedule the August 7th and 8th, and I think a couple of them will be next week. I think August 10th was a day, and August the 9th was a day that I think was given to us, but we'll circle back. August 23rd, August 20th, we'll come back with my preliminary revenue, and then I'll have the options for you, similar to what you had last year. And then I'll show you what each one of those tax rates would yield as far as the projected revenue, and then tell you what we can do with those. And then you guys can tell me what you want to do as far as which one we're proposing, and I'll give you the one I'm proposing and recommending.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, and I want to say this, and Commissioner Summer, I understand your concern, and I'll challenge anybody up here as any more of a budget hawk than I am, but when you deal with the sheriff's department and you keep it, and you just didn't say the sheriff, you kept saying overtime, but it made it look like we're putting that $30 million on the sheriff's back. It's not the case. That's number one. Number two, we're the only urban county that did not have to export our custody. Tarrant County did 400 people, and they cost them $20 million. Harris County cost them $50 million. We did not have to do that. We have stayed compliant. We have gotten in there. We've managed, and again, we got that variance, you know, and we hadn't had to use it. It's been in our pocket, you know, and so I just want to say, when you talk about that 30-something million, or right at 40, only about 20-something million was the sheriff's department, correct? Because we started peeling that onion, we found a lot of departments. I'm watching departments I don't even understand why they had overtime, you know. So all I'm saying is most of that was not the sheriff's. I mean, well, all of it wasn't the sheriff's department.
Yes. So, and I'm hoping we'll have the updated need that we kind of discussed, so we can roll that into the next year's budget.
And then one of the other pieces that's coming out of this conversation, that written policy is what drives what we're talking about. Are the policies being looked at
so that we do not have a repeat of this particular
That's what we discussed.
episode. Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes, ma'am.
And that'll be ready by the end of
So
August?
August 7th, it'll be ready for briefing, but you're gonna hear some of the discussion around it during your work session with HR, okay? And then September 3rd, we have, it's gonna be Dallas County and Parkland for September 3rd presentation. Then September 10th, we're gonna have just Dallas County and Parkland to present their budgets, public hearings, and then adopt a budget, okay? And so that's the Tuesday following Labor Days to make sure that everyone has enough time to read over the budget. Okay?
Okay.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to note that it's 1:27, and I'm just thinking out loud here about, I know we got some people that are waiting for their order to be heard, but also, doesn't our cafeteria close for those who eat here too? So let's try to blow through the consent and the orders quickly so our staff can eat, because otherwise, I guess, our department heads are gonna be carpooling to El Phoenix or something. Next up is our consent agenda. Is there any desire to separate anything?
No.
I'll move the consent agenda.
And I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion carries unanimously. Next up is the bids. Is there a
I'll
motion?
move the bids. 3 is pulled for a separate vote, so that means I'm moving 1 and 2.
And I second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, that motion carries unanimously.
I'm not, 3 is before us, and I move 3.
And I second, but I want to discuss.
Okay.
So I pulled this item, colleagues, and I know we discussed this during our last agenda. It's the cars, and this is, I'm going to support the item. I just want to put something on the record that, we did talk about during the discussion. I mean, as you can see, we were buying Chargers and Durangos for the sheriff department, and obviously they're all qualified, they all have the mileage, et cetera, et cetera. But if I remember correctly, during our discussion, we didn't just buy board because the sheriff changed cars, they didn't have the Chargers anymore, and we went to the Durangos. But if I remember correctly, Mr. Frush, this body asked to stay within the price. And I see that we went above what we have discussed. And it's fine if we don't have the cars, I understand, but just for future reference, I mean, we need to be sure if we want to be, mindful about costs, that we stay within the price. And with that, that's it.
Well, and let me just make sure, because what I thought happened here is we didn't come up to get our cars in 23, and when we finally were eligible to get our cars, we had to pay 24 prices. Or is this because of the swap to Durango?
It's both, if I understand correctly, right, Mr. Frush or Mr. Hooper? Sorry, Mr. Hooper, I didn't see you.
Yes, good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. The manufacturer Dodge is no longer making Chargers. We had ordered some Chargers and were anticipating them to come in, and they kindly said, hey guys, we're not making them anymore. So we needed to pivot to another vehicle that is readily available in inventory because our Sheriff's Department, they need vehicles.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hooper, I appreciate it.
All
Call
right,
the question.
Any unreadiness? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is our RFPs.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
We at least look like Judge on M, 1 was and 2 saying separate.
Correct. I separated them just for the matter of record, Commissioner Price. So 1 and 2 are the tax rates, for county, for Parkland. I separated it just because I didn't see any emails separating them. And then I also separated agenda item number 88.
Well, 7 is pulled by staff, And
I've got the polls, going to read them off.
go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Judge.
Go ahead.
Court orders 1, 2, and 88 are for separate votes.
Correct,
Court orders 14 is pulled for 2 weeks.
correct.
Court orders 7 and 32 have been pulled by staff. Court order 23 is going into executive session. Court orders 15 and 54 are pulled for discussion, or they just, somebody wants to say something while we vote on them. And then addendum 92 has questions, so I'm guessing 15, 54, and 92 are not pulled? They just,
They're just
Well,
comments.
okay.
Well, wait a minute, so,
So let me read the action.
yes, please.
So, court orders 1 and 2 and 88 are pulled for a separate vote. Court orders 14 are pulled for 2 weeks. Court orders 7 and 32 are pulled by staff, and 23 is going to executive session.
23 or
Yeah.
33?
No, it was 23.
23,
I pulled
okay.
it for executive session, but I'm told by the DA that I can't pull it for executive session. And so I'm.
You want it for separate vote?
Well, she just told me I couldn't. No, I may just pull it for 2 weeks, because I'm told that I can't pull it for separate, for executive session.
Okay,
Why-
well, and that's
why?
paying, so we can still pay them while we're pulling it for 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, so it'll be under a certain amount, so.
As long as we're not asking people to work for free, I'm
Yeah.
good.
Correct.
Okay, so,
And real quick, I have to read a change into the record for item number 62, and that's just a.
well, but we don't even have it up yet.
Yeah.
So, is there a motion for court orders M1 through addendum 92, pulling 1, 2, 88, 14, 7, and 32 for separate votes, and pulling 23 for 2 weeks?
Okay.
Whether, I may
Wait.
have screwed up what they're pulled for, but the ones that aren't being pulled, is there a motion on that?
So moved.
Okay, but let me go back on this,
14.
on court orders 2023-0654, that's elections. Well,
Okay, hold on.
No, that was this guy's salary, wasn't it?
no, that was 23.
That's 23.
That's
23 is back
23.
in, right?
Yeah, I'm on,
Which are you, Commissioner? Because it's 1, 2, 88, 14. Then pull for 2 weeks is 14,
Yes.
and that's it.
right,
Okay.
but
7 and 32 are pulled by staff.
7 and 32 pulled by staff. Okay.
But I got,
So,
okay, but
so
I
can we
got,
take 1 and 2 together first? Is there a
Yes.
motion on 1 and 2?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All right, and then I think I may have, Commissioner
regards to-
Daniel, if you could make your motion again for quarters M3 through 92, pulling 88, 14, 7, and 32.
well,
So move.
And 62,
And
because there's a change that has to be read in for that.
62.
Right.
Yeah,
You
I
made
would,
it?
I would accept that amendment.
All right, and is there a second?
Yes, I do approve.
Okay,
okay.
and so any discussion before we vote on those?
Yes, I'm still, elections is here, where, hold on just a second.
It's 88, Commissioner, I'm gonna pull it so we can vote for it.
Okay, that's, I'm just making
Making
sure.
sure.
I
It's
got
item,
so
yeah.
many markups
I
here.
know, same here.
So making
Okay, so, Judge, we're ready to go to court order number 8.
Well, we got to vote first on
Oh,
these.
sorry.
Is there comments on this large group of court orders that aren't pulled?
Okay, I have some comments. I mean, I'll be very brief. First of all, Fire Marshal, finally, your item is here. You know, we look forward to working with the Fire Marshal and increase security in Dallas County. Thank you very much for your hard work with your team. That's it. Agenda item number 24, as we continue to work with, affordable housing. I am very excited about this item. It's 27 affordable single-family homes at 81 to 115% of the area median income, which is 68 to 100,000 for a family of 4. Considering that right now in Dallas County, affordable housing is around $350,000. This is a great deal. I want to thank staff, Mr. Bazan, and everyone that has been involved in this. I wanted to also say that I want to thank Dr. Huang for some of the gardens that we're going to work with, some of the school and agriculture life. The schools have not been selected yet, but that's the court order that will allow it. The other thing is agenda item number 670. That's District 4, Wildlife Parkway. Thank you, Alberta Blair, Mr. Tushar. I know that it's been a labor of love, this item, but nevertheless, you know, we continue to move forward, and, well, the county and your leadership is really appreciated. Last but not least, Dr. Watkins, the update on agenda item number, Court Order 91, addendum item, is pretty good. I think that this tells the public and this body where we are when it comes to facilities. I know that I asked for this specific court order, and I really thank you. Mr. Bazan, facilities, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Hooper, everybody that worked into making this item happen. And, well, Mr. Wilson, 92, I was going to put it in the record, but after the discussion that we just had this morning, after the discussion we had with budget, I think you already said everything you wanted to say, sir. So thank you so much. And with that, in the miscellaneous, Dr. Watkins, there's a lot of traveling. I understood that we were going to look into some of that. At this point, I know there's a lot of departments traveling, and my biggest concern is, you know, the staffs that need to be here. I think that I will let you look into that, and I will talk to you about this later. With that, thank you, Judge. That is all my comments. Congratulations, Mr. Valdor. Thank you, Commissioner Sauerman. After 8 to educate, well deserved.
And 23 is pulled for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's in there.
All right, are we ready to vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Next is the one you wanted to read something in the record on, Darryl?
Yes, item number 62, which is the juveniles, the Ramtech building at Juvenile. Under the financial impact, the recommendation and the motion, the construction company is actually Core Construction, not SDB. So the motion should read, be it resolved in order that the Dallas County Commissioners Court does hereby authorize funds in the amount of $333,139 to Core Construction for Medlock Utilities at Ramtech building.
All right. With that amendment that's been read into the record, is there
So moved.
And somebody has looked at that to make sure that it's our bill. We already had the dadgum building.
Right, this is just for the, as I understand, this is just for the setup for the Ramtech building. So this is not through facilities management, this is through juvenile services.
Yeah, no, I got it. I got it.
So,
You know, this-
John, or excuse me, Commissioner, can you second that so we can?
Second.
Second, okay. Any other discussion?
Those are portable classrooms, right?
Yeah, Paul, yeah.
Well.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And lastly, we have, and that motion passes unanimously. Lastly, we have the order setting the general election.
Court Order 88.
Order 88, is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Second, but that still didn't answer, but I don't care who second. But my point is, I'm gonna make sure I'm not,
You're not gonna call the election, Commissioner?
Yeah, but no, I ain't got no problem calling. I wanna make sure we're ready for it, you know.
By the way.
Ready for the election?
I think it's just.
Go ahead, Commissioner. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Call the question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I just want to clarify, because I don't know if we mentioned it, this is calling the election for November 5th.
Correct.
Yeah.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, so that
I just
leaves.
wanted to say, we cover a lot of territory from this table during Commissioners Court. And I just wanted to say thank you for all the efforts of so many people that allow it to happen. But I did want to say too, on the farm to school, edible gardens, that's an incredibly creative way that Dallas County is using its resources and responsibilities, as well as the additional housing units that we're working on throughout the county, as well as not forgetting that our trails throughout the county are being well done, and the Southern White Rock Trail Creek is moving along nicely. So thank you to everybody.
I want Mr. Wilson's here. I want everyone, I still don't have a comfort level with this dadgum benefits plan. And I gotta figure out how we're gonna get everyone to be able to sign off and say, hey, I understand this dadgum plan. Cause I'm still, I'm still on those meds, cost. I hear what the judge said, and that sounds good, that nobody's gonna suffer. But
We'll get with Mr. Wilson's team and come up with a plan, 'cause we don't have a lot of time, and we've got to get this done.
we really don't. And if we had to take,
Probably bring Ms. Lewis, Mr. Wilson as well, Dolores Lewis with PBC. I do have to say just that I think we all have some concerns among ourselves, Commissioner Price, you're not alone. We all have, some, heartburn about the whole decision, but at the end of the day, we try to get the best plan and the best circumstances surrounding insurance companies that every day are harder to deal with, every day are more monopolistic, and,
what did y'all pay for this Gallagher study?
oh gosh, too much if you ask me.
We've got that in the budget, I can tell you what it is.
I was just curious. I mean,
We have an ongoing contract.
Yeah, I think it's 23,000 a month between five.
Right. It's a small amount.
So, in the interest of time, I think what we'll do is go ahead and break for our close. And then come back and hear from our speakers. That way, speakers and staff can get some food. And the close should be relatively short. So, we'll now adjourn for, our closed session to discuss matters under Chapter 551 of the Government Code as previously posted. Any action as a result of that closed session will take place at a subsequent open session.
Yeah, I know you talk about the site contract. I'm okay. And when nobody else bid it on the day.
Thank you, Chief Robinson, for your help yesterday on the court order. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't for you.
Thank you.
That's it, done.
will the bailiff please, the court is back in session. Nothing to be done from the closed session. Well, next is our public speakers, folks. I apologize for it being so long before you get to speak today, particularly long court because of the recess. Bailiff, please read the rules of decorum for our public speakers, I mean.
All Commissioner Court attendees are hereby advised that this meeting is conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Dallas County Code, Section 74-71. Visitors and registered speakers are to preserve order and decorum at all times. Personal, profane, or slanderous remarks are not appropriate and will not be allowed at any time during this public meeting. Any and all applause is to be kept brief and observant of time constraints. Disruptive visitors and registered speakers may be removed and are subject to the penalties provided in the State of Texas Penal Code, Sections 38.13, 42.01, and 42.05. Registered individual speakers are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right, and I'll read I see some of them aren't here, but I still have to read their names 3 times. Our first speaker is Dolores Phillips. Is Dolores Phillips? Dolores Phillips. Is she online? All right. Our next speaker is Austin Miller. Austin Miller. Austin Miller. Is Austin online? Our next speaker is Irish Watson. Irish Watson. Irish Watson. Not online. Our next speaker is Jaleel Ashford. Jaleel Ashford. Jaleel Ashford. And he's indicating that Jameel also is not online. Our next speaker is Jamar Jefferson. Jamar Jefferson. Jamar Jefferson. Also not online? All right. Our next speaker is Paula Keith. Paula Keith. Come on up, Paula. Thanks for hanging with us. And behind me, you'll see a little clock. There it is. And when you start speaking, it'll start going down. When it gets to 0, if you're still speaking, just go ahead and finish your sentence. Thanks so much. We can hear you great.
Okay.
Oh, now we can hear you really good.
Yeah, you're really good. I'm short, so I'm closer to it. I'm here today to inquire about the status of the computer systems used by the courts and the jail. For some time, there were major issues because the courts adopted a new system and communication between the jail and the courts was not happening properly. This harmed people. Is this problem fixed? I came in person today for information because I have asked and not gotten a response from the Dallas County judge, 2 commissioners, one contacted twice, the other 3 times, the sheriff's office, the DA's office, the public defender's office, my city council member, the office of Representative Bryant, the Texas Jail Project, the Dallas Morning News and KERA News twice for a status update article, and the ITEGC has not posted recordings at all for 2024. My question is, do the systems for the jail and courts work properly now? Meaning, the jail gets notified when an inmate is released by the courts, attorneys know they have clients, and inmates know who their attorney is. Are the ITEGC meetings public? Why are the meeting recordings not posted for 2024 when they were in 2023? That's all.
And thank you. So public speaking is your time to speak, and you can ask rhetorical questions and whatnot, but it's not a time, we can't go back and forth with you under the rules. So thank you for coming to speak today.
Well, I still have time left.
Sure, go ahead.
Nobody responds to me. My long list. I'm asking, does everything work? Because it was not working at one time. And people were in jail, they sued, they should have been released, they sued, they got a settlement. It wasn't operating properly. I'm trying to find out, is everything fixed now? But no one responds to me.
And under our rules, I can't respond to you here. Can somebody help her? Is anybody? Maybe. Okay. So someone will help you. I just can't do it from the podium.
It looks like it's Lynn Richardson who's going to help you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Lynn's one of our administrators and formerly was the head of the public defenders here in the county. All right. Thank you for coming. And sorry for the confusion. All right. So our next speaker is Saya Clark.
Hello. How y'all doing? Okay. Super nervous. Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you here today. My name is Saya Clark. I'm a local activist and organizer here in Dallas, and I'm here to talk about the future of my beloved state because I believe we are at a crossroads with two paths laid out before us. One of passivity and inaction, and one of defiant and affirmative action. I am a trans woman. I'm proud, confident, and self-assured in that identity. But just as importantly to me, I am a Texan, born here and raised in Dallas. Over the last several years, we have all witnessed the escalation of anti-trans rhetoric, violence, and legislation in our country, cooked up by people like Greg Abbott and Ken Paxton. They seek to make life unlivable for people like me. And by passing regressive legislation meant to limit our liberties and humiliate us publicly. But I'm here and I'm a Texan too, and I won't be excised from public life without fighting back and resisting at every opportunity. To me, this means drastically tipping the scales in the other direction. Instead of whipping up environments of hostility and antagonism towards our trans residents of Texas, we should be curating the most welcoming, affirming, and most importantly, the safest counties and cities for them, for me to live in. We should not be made to feel unsafe or unwelcome in our home. So today I would like to take the first step towards making Dallas County a sanctuary county for trans people. This court has a strong and consistent history of supporting LGBTQIA+ people by passing Pride Month resolutions as far back as 2013. One such resolution was passed in 2019. During this meeting, Judge Jenkins, in response to the slaying of two black trans women in Dallas, referred to, quote, an epidemic of violence and hate, and called the murders an incredible act of evil. Sadly, in the 5 years since, the reactionary right wing of this state and country has doubled down on its moral turpitude, but they will not win, because when good people decide to stand together in solidarity, the widespread consensus view of love and acceptance always prevails. To that end, I am organizing a grassroots community effort to present a sanctuary county resolution to the court that will declare absolute and unwavering support for trans people, which I am confident will pass unanimously. But to get there, we will need the support and guidance of one or more members of this court. And after today's meeting, I would be honored to meet any of you or any staffers, anybody who would be willing to work with me and other organizations on this, so we could exchange contact information and possibly start a working relationship. So thank you so much for your time. Thanks for having me. Bye.
Thank you. All right, and our next speaker, and I know this person's not here, I believe they already spoke, Maya Fierro. All right, and our last two speakers also, I can see they're not here, but I got to say the names. William Hopkins, Mr. William Hopkins, also not online. Mr. Michael Simmons, and also not online. All right, this concludes our public speakers. There's no other business before the court. The court stands adjourned. Thank you all.
That's right on the desk.